and welcome to Dongguan in the south of China for day one of competition at the 2015 VIVO BWF Sudirman Cup, the World Mixed Team Championships, a competition that was first contested in 1989 in Jakarta and was played in conjunction with the World Individual Championships. Such was the success of the Sudirman Cup that in 2003 it was staged as a completely separate, independent competition. So this is the 14th staging of the Sudirman Cup, 35 nations here in Dongguan. And this evening we're concentrating on Group 1, which contains the top 12 ranked nations. Those teams are divided into 4 subgroups, each containing 3 nations, and those 3 nations in Group D. Every nation plays every other nation within the group, and the top 2 teams then progress through to the quarter-final knockout stage. Tonight, as you can see in Group D, of the 2 teams we have Korea, the number 2 seeds and the second most successful nation in the history of the competition, having lifted the trophy on 3 separate occasions. They're up against Malaysia, who have only medalled once previously in the Sudirman Cup, and that was a bronze medal in 2011 when the event was staged in Qingdao. Well, that is the first choice order of play as determined by the international governing body, which means that we start with men's doubles, then we progress to women's singles, men's singles, women's doubles and mixed doubles. Now, just to remind you, of course, at the group stage, all 5 matches within the tie must be contested. It's only when we get to knockout stage that any dead matches, once the overall tie has been decided, that we will drop any dead matches. But here in the group stage, all 5 contested. And what an interesting 5th match that is, the mixed doubles, because we've got the former world number 5s against the former world number 3s. So if it was 2-2 by that stage, it will be very interesting indeed. Well, I'm Jill Clark, and I'm delighted to say that I'm sitting alongside Steen Petersen, former head coach of the Danish national team. And Steen, looking at that lineup, I guess 1 or 2 surprises in a selection. Yeah, it is a surprise, but of course what an awful lot of people will be looking forward to is the first appearance of the former world number 1, Lee Chong-wei, in the men's singles after serving his doping violation ban. He's back in world badminton. But as you can see, the players coming on to court for the first of our matches, which is men's doubles, and it is the current world number 1s, Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung for Korea, up against Govin Shem and Tan Hyung of Malaysia. So this is a very interesting match because we have the Malaysian pair there were the Asian Games bronze medalists last year, and their opponents, of course, were the Asian Games silver medalists last year in Incheon in Korea. So for the world number 1s for Korea, obviously they will be looking to get their team off to a winning start. I know we say this every time, Steve, but obviously vital in team competitions that you get off to that flyer.
The first match will be mixed doubles between Sri Lanka and Seychelles. Archini Nikita against Camilla Crichton.
3号场地将要进行的是中国香港队与巴西队的第1场比赛。男子双打由柯亚秋、邓俊勇。
Absolutely, and the responsibility with these 2 men's doubles pair. Get the team off to a flyer. That's what they will be wanting to do. So the Korean pair, as I say, they are world number 1s. Lee Yong-dae and this man, Yu Young-sung. Yu Young-sung, 28 years of age, brought up in
The first match on top 4 will be mixed doubles between USA and France.
Former partner, so he's a pretty good player. But when you look at Lee Yong-dae, former Olympic mixed doubles champion, the 26-year-old from Korea. He's been world #1 in men's doubles with 3 different partners. That really is an extraordinary record. Jung Jae-sung and Ko Sung-hyun are the other 2 men with whom he has been world #1. There is Go Vi-shen, the 25-year-olds. He and his partner up 4 places in the world ranking this week to 29. They have their minimum number of tournaments to give any sort of a realistic ranking, and that's 10 tournaments. And they're Tan Wee Kyung, 25 years of age, though he'll turn 26 later this month. Born in Sabah, the island of Borneo. Really came to prominence, the Malaysian pair, Steen, I think, when they were selected for the Thomas Cup campaign, and of course Malaysia went all the way through to the Thomas Cup final last year, losing out to Japan in that wonderful, wonderful final in Delhi. Well, there you can see 2 previous meetings, and both occasions has been won by the Malaysians. The last, as you saw, was at the semi-final stage of those Asian Games, hence the bronze medal for the Malaysian pair. And of course the Korean pair lost out in the finals, the Indonesians Muhammad Hassan and Hendra Setiawan. So that last time they met at the Asian Games, it was a little one-sided. And I suppose, Steen, as the players get ready to start the first match within the tie, if I compare the 2 pairs, I think of absolute consistency with the Koreans, and I think of the Malaysians of having huge talent and potential, but not yet showing the consistency that I'm sure they would like to bring to their game.
At least one of his knees, so consistency is probably the difference between these 2 pairs.
Yeah, I can tell you his first surgery on his knee was when he was just 15 years old. That's not a good omen for the future, is it, if you're struggling with injuries from such a young age?
On my right, Korea, represented by Lee Yong-dae and Yoo Young-sung. And on my left, Malaysia, represented by Go Vi-shen and Tan Wee Kyung. Malaysia to serve. Tan Wee Kyung to Lee Yong-dae. Level. Play.
So this Group 1D tie gets underway with the men's doubles.
Service over.
The
1 love.
Korean coach Choi Min-ho, who was another player who showed huge potential as a junior silver medalist at the World Junior Championships in Melbourne going back to 1998, but never really progressed into the senior ranks. I'm not quite sure whether that was injury problems or whether he just chose the route of going to the coaches. Now there, a quick glimpse of the Malaysian bench, and our friend and former colleague there, Morten Frost, now with the Malaysian team. Well, we talked about the desire to get your team off to a really good start, and I suppose that pressure and desire also equates into a bit of self-imposed pressure as well.
Yeah, I think so, and especially here in the first tie of the tournament, where you're not. Oh,
that's unbelievable. What a shot!
Especially here in the first tie of the tournament, where you're not really familiar with the playing conditions and so on, and we can see that the Koreans have looked a little bit shaky here in the first 5 rallies, so we're waiting for them to sort of settle in.
Well, one assumes that the Koreans should come into this men's doubles match, this particular men's doubles pair, full of confidence, because of course the last tournament they played. Ooh, service fault called by Jakobsenberg, our service judge. Struck above the waist. Last tournament they played, the Asian Championships, they won.
Yeah.
Just checking with the service judge what the fault was called for, and it was called for struck above the waist.
Play.
I did think the whole Korean team, though, in the very first tournament of the major tournament, Super Series event, All England, I thought in generalisation the Koreans were perhaps not as I had expected them to be.
No, they seemed a little bit off form there, but I think most of the teams are focusing on the Olympic qualification period starting with this tournament here. But a very positive start for the Malaysians, who definitely want to try to shock these two Korean players here. So important for them to get off to a good start after the
Service over. 3.
big loss at the Asian Games. 6 and 15 is not a lot, so in order to get confidence, it's so important to get a good start.
It was a good return of serve.
Service over. 7. 3.
They have made a good start. Good aggressive play, broke the strings of his racket, did well to control that. Lee Yong-dae.
4. 7.
Yeah, this is a super angle though. Well, as he's getting himself a new racket and applying the grip powder, I have to ask you, Steen, about how a change of environment, which has obviously happened for the Malaysian team. They've got Lee Chong-wei back in the squad after serving his suspension. They've got a new director of performance in Morten Frost. And how much of an influence do you think that those two influencing factors will have on lifting the team and lifting the spirits?
I think they have huge influence. In this tournament, I think probably the most that Lee Chong-wei is eligible again for play. But on a little bit longer term, of course, also the influence of a new performance director. We've seen it already with some of the selections for both this tournament and the tournaments coming up, that a change is underway, and not a small change.
Yeah, well, I'm going to come back to that later, because I know you have your ideas on perhaps a change in philosophy and within the Malaysian team camp. But this is a good little comeback by the Koreans. Just 1 point in it now. And I suppose as far as the Malaysians are concerned, they've got to stop that happening, which is a good low serve from Lee Yong-dae, and then Lee Yong-dae absolutely commanding the front of the court. Interesting that the Malaysians had a little word with the service judge there.
Yeah, asking him if he was looking carefully enough, because he felt that it was high. And I must say, at the World Championships last year in Copenhagen, one of the things that I noted was that Lee Yong-dae was serving considerably better than he used to do. That's good for him.
Any technical reason? Has he brought his serve a little higher?
I think he's brought it higher, and the racket is more horizontal.
Service over.
Yeah.
8.
Well, he's been called service fault again. Yes, Jakobsenberg, our service judge from Denmark. Oh, now, hang on, wait a minute, what's going on here? Yeah, all the umpires quite definite. Play. Service judge's call and decision is final. Once he's made that call, you can't argue. You can have a difference of opinion, but you're not going to get the call reversed. That's a good smash from Yu Young Sung.
9-8.
Pushed it long.
Good move towards the net by Yo.
10.
Normally not his task of making these moves. Normally it's Lee Yong-dae, but could be very, very useful if the opponents are unable to predict who is actually making the moves, trying to change the defense around.
Oh, good smash. But don't you think that's where this Korean partnership has got that extra dimension? I mentioned a little earlier that Lee Yong-dae has been world #1 with Ko Sung-hyun, who was his partner before teaming up with Yu Young Sung. And we all wondered about the change. Why were they changing the partnerships yet again?
Yeah.
And I think it's that ability of Yu Young Sung to actually take the forward stance and play from the net that gives them a little more potential than the previous partnership.
Yeah, because I think most of us can agree that Lee Yong-dae is among the top 3 players in men's doubles in the world, and the tactical point of view is always to try to get the his partner towards the net and let Lee Yong-dae work at the backcourt. That's difficult here.
Yeah. Well, ups and downs, ebb and flow of the opening game, and it means that the Malaysians have a 1-point advantage at the mid-game interval on a run of 3 straight points. Well, this has all the trappings of a very, very good encounter. It's no wonder he generates a powerful smash. Now that's always an interesting thing to me, the way Lee Yong-dae is so far back in his defensive stance, and quite often when it's hit just down his forehand side, he still uses that backhand defence. We'll keep an eye out for that later on in the match. I suppose you coaches would technically want a player to use the forehand defence, would you, or you don't mind that?
No, I think we don't mind. Generally, it's up to what the player feels is more natural.
So 11-10 in this opening game. First match within the tie.
Short lift, but lucky for the Koreans there.
Go Shen smashing across the body.
Yeah, but look at that cross shot there. Wow.
Yeah.
Excellent shot from Tan Woo-kyung.
Now what were we just talking about? Trying to play that backhand defence when on the forehand side. And if it is too wide, that's where he really struggles.
Yeah.
Well, doing as you suggested, perhaps most players tactically would naturally try and do, which is to keep Lee Yong-dae at the back of the court.
Keep him at the back, because he's not as dangerous from the back as he is at the net. Really, really lethal at the net. And also sort of try to get him away from where he's most confident.
Oh, that's well taken.
Yeah.
My goodness me.
14-11.
He missed it.
Service over.
He's going for it, Tan Wik Young.
14.
Yeah, he's read it, but simply a miss hit. Excellent control there from
14.
the Koreans.
Service over. 15-13. Play.
That's such a good smash, isn't it? Almost seems to have hang time
Yeah,
in the air.
yeah.
13.
And we talked about the Koreans with the preferred front player position, back player position. I think the same goes for the Malaysians, that the better position is with the Go here, now serving at the back.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And Tan's been playing excellently in this first game, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, that's a pity because he came forward at the right time. He was doing the right thing.
Over. 14.
And he just needs to continue doing that. There will be some mistakes, but he can't allow the Koreans to control the front court.
Yeah. Well, having had those two service faults scored, he's now lost the rhythm on that serve. And there's a service error.
Play.
Well, one of the many rules of serving is that the shuttle must be struck below the waist, and the waist is defined as below the lowest rib. Oh, that's a super return, isn't it? Oh, goodness me, that was good.
Service over. 15-17.
Deflected by the net cord. Now on perfection. Well, the backhands really did all the damage from Go V Shen.
19-15.
That one.
And they've been using that a lot. The backhand cross towards the Koreans' backhand side.
Service over. 16-18.
stepped into that.
They're not afraid of the smashes of Lee
Oh.
Yong-dae, but that was well placed.
Yeah. Yeah, no wonder a nod of approval from the Korean coach. Dissecting the Malaysians, both leaving it for the other, straight down the middle, in between them. And that is always such a clever shot in doubles. But you've got to be accurate with that. They almost seem to be hiding after that serve. Oh yeah, it was loose. Yeah. That was a gift for the Koreans there. So all level again. 18 all. Service fault called again. Once again on Lee Yong-dae, and he looks to the service judge.
But it's
look at it.
way too high.
He's moving his foot as well, Steen.
Yeah, but that's simply illegal, and
Yeah.
he needs to lower it.
Yeah. I'm with you. I agree with the service judge.
Yeah.
You know, players have been testing the limits and testing the limits time and time again.
And it's good to see a service judge having the courage to
Yeah.
call it even when it's close.
Yeah. Crucial stage of the game. If it's a fault, it's a fault. It doesn't matter what time it is.
19 all.
You're quite right.
Powerful smashes from
Service
Go.
over. 20, game point, 19.
So the first game point opportunity falls to Malaysia. Oh my goodness me!
Service over. 20 all.
Well. Extra points required until there's a clear 2-point winning margin.
That's a fault again.
That's good badminton, good rally.
21, 20.
So having just survived a game point, now the Koreans have a game point themselves. Lee Yong-dae to serve. Will he be called again? No. Their first game points opportunity, and Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung take the opening game for Korea. My goodness me, living on the edge. 22-20 the scoreline. 21 minutes needed for that opening game. Oh, I wish we could hear what he's saying. I can't hear him. Well, Morten Frost, former world #1 men's singles player, former national coach in Denmark and Malaysia and South Africa, now back. Former colleague of ours, of course, as well, but now back with Malaysia.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1,
And a good win.
20 seconds.
First game for the Koreans here, because they didn't really get their game established, but they still managed to pull it off in the end.
Second game. Bravo. Right.
So, as Steen Peterson says, the Koreans won a game to the advantage after game #1. But Steen, your comments there
Service over.
make me a little bit nervous for Malaysian fans, because the implication is that the Malaysians played well, but they still couldn't actually secure that opening game, and you feel that the Koreans can actually play at a higher level.
Yeah, probably they'll be a little bit more confident now. I think the Malaysians put them under pressure in the first game and had quite an easy task of winning the attack on the Koreans, which is normally quite difficult because they have a very, very solid defense.
Yeah.
Service over.
He's not serving that well either. Go. Of course, there's a different kind of pressure. We talked about the pressure of playing the first match, but also playing the pressure of playing a team match. Playing for your country instead of just playing for yourself in a tournament. I know you're, of course, Lee Chung-wei is still playing for Malaysia, but he's just himself now. They desperately want to give the team a good start.
Yeah. That's good play. I suppose to explain that a little bit further, the weight of shared responsibility. If you go onto court as a player and you lose, then you've only affected yourself. If you go on in a team competition, you've let the whole team down, and it's that shared responsibility.
And even though Malaysia are the clear underdogs in this team tie, everybody dreams of winning, and if you have a dream of Malaysia beating Korea here, I think the most likely 3 matches that they could find is the matches that includes male players. So there's increased pressure on Go and Tan here, because we must rank the Korean ladies, both ladies singles and ladies doubles, to be quite a bit stronger than the Malaysians. So they must try to get a win in men's doubles, men's singles, and then the final match, the mixed doubles.
Which could be an absolute thriller, the former world #5s against the former world #3s.
It could be done.
Absolutely.
4-1.
Also really important to get off to another good start here in the second game, believing in what the coaches told you in the interval.
Service over. 2-4.
There was
Yeah.
there was that cross backhand, but this time Lee Young-dae got it covered.
Yeah, again, a little bit in the upward direction instead of downward direction. Service fault is called again.
Service over. 5-2.
And I have to say, it's correct.
Yeah.
What I think is a little bit pity is that he was
Look at
actually...
it, look at it. That's
ridiculous.
That's a good call. It's a good call by the service judge.
It was a little bit of a pity that the Koreans were actually... Lee Young-dae were allowed to serve, in my opinion, a faulty serve in the end of the first game.
Yeah.
I think for most of these players, they practice hours and hours in order to have a precise short service.
Yeah.
And I think it's really difficult to change the position 5 or 10 centimeters. If it's illegal, there's a good chance it's going to be either illegal throughout the match, or it's going to be really bad if you change it, because of course the things that you practice.
But this is the thing, Steen. I mean, why I understand exactly what you're saying, and players get into the rhythm, and of course human judgment comes into this, subjective opinion, and there will be a difference between one service judge and another.
Yeah.
But in the practice hall, you have got to practice what you think is the cusp of legality and absolute certainty legality, in case you have a service judge that believes that taking it to the limit is actually over the limit.
Yeah. Well, as a coach or a former coach, I would say that you don't have to be absolutely sure of the legality. You just have to feel that the benefit of serving on the edge is bigger than being positive on the legality.
Yep. Very well put. Oh, well
Excellent.
taken. That is Lee Yong-dae at his best. Fantastic.
5, 6.
Oh, that's clever. Very, very clever from Go Vi-shen. Delightful change of pace.
7, 5.
And that's perhaps one of the things that that Morten Frost can contribute to the Malaysian men's doubles play, that we don't have to play fast-paced all the time. It's actually really, really efficient to play fast-paced, and then just block it.
Yeah. Well, I think the unease that he's experienced on his serve has perhaps affected other departments of his game. How often do you see Lee Yong-dae make an error like that at the net?
Very rarely. He's not confident right now.
No. Oh, look at that defence. Tan Wee Keong. That is a moment of magic. Take a look at this. Just that slight turn of the body movement, just generating the power from the technique of the shot. Yeah, well judged, gone long.
Service over. 6, 9.
Well, of course, the other team in this group, as we saw right at the start, is India. And the interesting thing, Steve, is that India are actually ranked higher than Malaysia as far as the team rankings were concerned when the top 12 teams were decided for this Group 1, which is subdivided into 4 groups. But in my humble opinion, I think that this quite possibly is the strongest group. Do you think in the whole of Group 1?
The dynamite group.
Yeah. D for dynamite. Good one.
Excellent challenge there by the Malaysians.
10, 6.
Tan
Yeah.
challenge, and Lee Yong-dae got it covered, but he missed it again.
Yeah, he's rattled. It's gone long. And we're off to the mid-game interval. A 5-point advantage for the Malaysians here in the second game. But remember, of course, the Koreans won game number 1. Well, this is a handsome lead. Jeremy Gang, the other coach, Malaysian coach.
Just block it.
Look where his defensive stance is. He's almost on that double service line.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1,
Yeah, that was
20
another mistake
seconds.
shot, wasn't it?
I must say that normally the stance works really well.
Been that far
Fin-
back.
Yeah, for him, and he's phenomenal also in reaching the drop shots. But of course, one of the keys is to
11-6.
use a bit steeper attack, not so fast paced, but quite steep.
It's gone long.
Service over. 7-11.
I feel a lot of the responsibility in this game lies on Tan Wee Kyung, or perhaps not the responsibility, but the outcome. Can he play at a? Can he be a little bit more consistent at the highest level that we've seen him play today? Then the Malaysians have a good chance. But there's been some easy mistakes as well. If you can cut down on those, they stand a good chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's been called again. Now, I'm going to start keeping count. I make that 5 so far,
Yeah,
is that
yeah,
right?
I think so.
Yep. Just picking up on that point though, Steen, about the responsibility, as it were, or the outcome of the match, quite possibly dependent on Tan Wee Kyung. I also think that he's required, not only for his skills and physicality and reading of the game, I think he has a role to try and keep Go Vee Shem focused. I think Go Vee Shem is one of those, he's so talented that he has so many choices that sometimes he tries to do something a little bit too extravagant at the wrong moment. And he needs his partner just to keep him calm and at the right point say, keep it positive, but keep it simple.
Yeah.
Now it's well played.
10-12.
Oh, that's good. What was you
Yeah, I have a
saying
feeling
about
that that was as high as Lee Young-dae's serve, but
Yeah.
that's we don't get it here. But
Yeah, but look at that angled shot. That's what you were talking about
Yeah.
just a moment ago. Don't just look for power, look for the angles. If the Koreans are going to stand that far back on court, not only the block, also look for angles.
also, if you play a little bit more soft pace angle shot, you'll have, even though the opponents can return it, you'll have a much better chance, or most likely you'll have a much better chance with the next shot, because it's harder to control if there's variation in it.
This is where I can just sense that the Malaysians have just, I don't know whether they've tightened up or whether they've gone off the boil or quite what's happened, but they've really just let the Koreans back in.
Yeah.
That's,
Well played.
clever play from Go Vee Shem. I initially liked the block from Lee Young-dae, blocking and then moving forward, but it left a huge gap at the back of the court. That's the one I liked, but his partner's not covering.
No.
That emphasises your point, Steen.
16.
Tan Wee Keong coming forward. Look at that, a deliberate step further forward. Almost a sides attack formation there.
Yeah, and it's so important for Tan that he continues to step forward. He must not hesitate. If he hesitates, he's going to lose it. Put pressure on the front court.
17, 12.
Let the Koreans know that I'm there. Good 4 points. The Malaysians there.
Yeah, now that was nice variation on the attacking play. That last smash from Go Vi Shen, much flatter. I think it's about chest height by the time it gets to Yu Young Sung.
Service over. 13, 18.
It was his own third shot. Tan Wee Keong created a lot of problems for him.
So 5 points adrift. Oh, behind the back. Yeah, now that's the sort of extravagance to which I was alluding to earlier.
18.
Just testing out the new racket. Very much a courtesy amongst the players. Oh, good interception.
Excellent rally here. The first rally where we've seen the pairs really settling in, getting their defense working.
Well, that has got to be the longest rally of the match so far. Oh, dear me. Yeah. Well, you wouldn't expect that normally from a Lee Yong Dae. So, game point opportunities to level this opening match at 1 game all. It is indeed 1 game apiece. And we're going to be treated to a third and deciding game. 21-14 confirms the umpire. And certainly Lee Yong Dae is in a spot of bother. Lost confidence on his serve because of the service faults and losing confidence rapidly with the rest of his game. that's always good to see. I always like the coaching style when the coaches involve the players, and instead of just telling them, they get them involved in the decision-making process. I know that's very much a style of coaching that you always adhered to, Steen.
Yeah, it depends a little bit, because it depends whether you think the players have a plan that will work. But if you think they have, then it's much better to let them do the analysis, because you have a much stronger ownership of it. But you must be ready to intervene if you can see that they're a little bit lost, and be more directive. But yeah, positive for the Malaysians. They've actually played, in my opinion, better both of the two games here. But let's see if they can continue.
Good opening rally to this deciding game, isn't it? My goodness me. Yeah, super badminton. Probably the reason why I always like to coach to involve me, Steen. One of my favourite sayings, or famous sayings actually, back in England is tell me I forget, ask me I remember, involve me I know. So when I was involved, I knew, because it had been a joint decision, that that was the right way forward. But it is a dilemma for you coaches. I mean, quite obviously, I mean, we've both recognised that Lee Yong-dae is not playing his normal self. He's had, by my calculation, 5 faults called on his serve. What do you as a coach say to a player in this sort of scenario?
It's really difficult. One of the things that puzzles me is that he hasn't tried a flick serve.
Yeah.
They have the best defense in the world, the Koreans, but they're not using the flick serve. That would be a possibility. And then also to sort of ask Lee Yong-dae to perhaps take the last 5% off his game, so he does need to play 100%, I think. And slowly get in the game again, avoid fast pace.
But in a way, I mean, that's sort of Lee Yong-dae's game. If you ask him to change his whole natural style, that's perhaps going to unsettle him even more. So yeah, I've asked you the impossible question, basically.
No, but if you say that he's, for instance, you could say that he's like 60% of the double, and Yo Young-sung is 40%, or 65%, 35%. It doesn't really matter, but just he doesn't need to be as many percent as he wants to be today. He can just slow down 5 or 10%, and they will still have a good chance of winning, because Yo Young-sung is a capable player, so he can be more responsible here.
That's a very, very good smash.
And I think the Koreans have come out the better pair here in the third game, because they're trying to get the attack, playing more clever shots, and I feel that if they succeed in getting the attack, they will win the match. So it's going to be a battle for the attack.
That's a nice shot.
Excellent.
There was the little disguise block from Tan Wee Keong that really set up the rally.
And that's the bad news for the Koreans, is that Tan Wee Keong has gotten confidence. So how stable is that confidence? Is it fragile, or is it gonna continue throughout this third game? I feel that Go is playing his usual normal good game, very powerful in the attack, hard to put pressure on the defense.
Yet another error from Lee Yong-dae. Yeah, that's nice. Just a little word from Yu Young Sung to his partner. Come on, doesn't matter. Let's keep fighting.
That's well played.
Not a lot you can do against that, really, though, is there?
5-3.
Clever play there by
Service over.
Lee Yong-dae.
4-5.
Definitely block it a little bit more against Go, because I feel that he's more prone to lift than Tan Wee Kyung.
国队的第二场比赛，男子单打由塞班对阵列维克斯，裁判员施罗德、德国、巴基斯坦、扎克、伊朗。
So they realised the Malaysian wasn't ready to receive.
Women men's singles. Again, USA against Nevada. Umpire through the tournament. Service time. Muhammad Iran.
5-all.
Oh. I was about to say what a wonderful interception from Lee Yong-dae, but he did overdo it. It was wide. We haven't had a challenge yet in this match, have we?
Oh. Good linesman.
We'll be doing Hawkeye out of a job. This is good rally. Oh, must hit it. Ah, unbelievable. Ah! Well, we said that Yu Young Sung had that capability from the front of the court.
6-all.
Beautifully demonstrated in that rally.
You see where that defensive shot came from? That wasn't really good enough. That was Tan Wee Kyung. So if the Koreans can be patient enough in their attack, they will get the possibilities. What a great match to start with.
Yeah, absolutely. His first tie within Group D in the first division.
Seven, 6.
Now, if I was a Malaysian fan, I'd be feeling a little nervous right now, because I think there's been a sign, little signs in the last 2 or 3 rallies that the Malaysians have just gone off the boil.
Yeah, it's so hard to stay on that thin
Yeah,
line.
it isn't.
Of course, you'd like to create a gap for yourself before the interval, but perhaps you'll just settle for being even. Oh, that's a good win for the Koreans.
Yeah. An unbelievable defence initially from the Koreans. Look at that. How dare I criticise him playing that a backhand defence down his forehand side. That was magnificent.
He's not been called in this second game for service fault, has he?
In this third game.
Third game, yeah, third game.
No, I don't think he has. That's a good point. Yeah.
9, 6.
6 of the last 7 points have gone to the Koreans. I just sensed it.
10, 6.
My goodness me, wasn't that an important point for the Malaysian pair?
Service over. 7, 10.
Because 7 of the previous 8 points have gone their opponent's way.
Service over.
Yeah.
11, 7.
Well, you said he wasn't
Interval,
serving too well
gentlemen.
either, Govi Shem. And that's at least a third service error from him. So the advantage at the change of ends is with Korea, and it's a 4-point advantage. 5 minutes shy of the hour mark. Oh, I wonder if we can hear what the Malaysians are saying.
We have to block.
Court 1,
We have
20
to
seconds.
block.
Court 1,
Yeah.
20 seconds. Players. Coach. Coach to your chair.
Yeah, they have to block, and they also have to be a little bit more aggressive in their defense, especially Tan Hui Kyung, because he can't withstand 3, 4, 5 attacking shots directed at himself. So within the first 2 or 3 shots, he needs to do something and move forward in order to take the pressure off himself, and that's a little bit difficult because Go can easily withstand the pressure if the smashes are aimed at him.
Gone wide.
Perhaps I was a bit
12,
too confident in Go there, but he's got a more stable defense than 10.
Oh, service fault called again. Service fault number 6.
8, 12.
Well, apart from it looking as if the service judge was absolutely right about being struck above the waist, it really does look to me, especially seeing that again, that he's moving his feet when he serves as well. He's walking into it. And of course, you mustn't move your feet while you're serving. Both feet must be stationary on the ground.
9, 12.
Morton getting very animated there.
Yeah, because he feels that this match is winnable.
Yeah.
This is one of the matches that you'd really like to win. You're the underdog, but things are going your way. And right now he feels like it might be slipping away. Let's see if the Malaysians can make a comeback.
Incidentally, that slash, 368, that's 228 miles an hour.
Malaysia challenge.
Oh, we've got a challenge. Malaysia are challenging. They thought that landed in on the back line.
My first impression was that it was way out, that they were appealing that it should have touched one of the Korean players.
Well, I think your instincts were probably right. I concur with you, Steen, but we will wait for Hawkeye to make the judgments. And here is Hawkeye. And indeed, yep, your instincts were right, Steen. It was long of that back line.
Challenge unsuccessful.
Oh,
challenge
there we have
remaining.
in slow. It was not as long as I thought it would be.
Well, that was never the same shot, was it? Was it?
Service over.
Couldn't have been.
13-9. Play.
Good smash again from Go, targeting Yo Yeon Sung.
10-13.
Malaysian teammates are still cheering their men on, but I would suggest that the next couple of points are absolutely crucial. Well, that's a little bit naughty from Go V Shem,
Service over.
just
14.
pointing as if
10.
to try and influence the line judge that it was out the back. There's no way that was out the back. Surely. Now just watch what he does with his left arm as they shuffle that. Oh, that's inside the tram line. Goodness me, that's naughty.
Service over. 11-14.
Well, they're nearing the edge of the precipice. They need to make their comeback and get back on level terms sooner rather than later if it's going to happen at all. That's so good from Yu Young Sung.
15-11.
It may look as if it's a nothing shot, but it's got just enough pace on it to make it awkward for the server.
The server can't intercept, and his partner is unable to make a quality shot unless he lifts it to the back court.
Yeah.
Wow. Second time he hits the net court in the service return.
12-15.
Is so well turned round, that rally by the Malaysians, and it was that delightful block first of all, then that interception played towards the half court area, setting it up for Go V Shem to use his power play.
Really important for the Malaysians right now, because they found a solution to playing the defense. This could go either way still.
Oh, it's called good. There's a challenge there.
Yep.
That has got to be challenged. It was called in.
Malaysia challenge.
Well, there was no hesitation about the challenge from the Malaysians. They were convinced it had gone long. But
they also hoped it would be long.
yes. Yeah, let's have a look. Hawkeyes made the decision, and indeed it was long. What a good challenge by the Malaysians. So that means there's just 1 point in it now. And they still have one challenge remaining.
And they probably feel that they are on their way of making a comeback, because they've struggled in the last part of the third game. The first part of the third game, but now it's equal.
And it's absolutely extraordinary, and it's why this sport of badminton is just so fascinating, because the ebb and flow of one pair gets the domination. You think that the Malaysians, I said a moment ago when they lost, what was it, 7 of 8 points, you know, well, the Malaysian fans will be in despair at the moment. And look, their pair have come back. It's all level. It's 1 game all and 15 all in the deciding game. Yeah, but he is struggling with that serve, isn't he?
16-15.
Yeah, and I think actually Yo Young Song hit the net court.
Service fault called again above the waist.
16-17.
But he shouldn't be surprised because he's serving the same way he's been serving all match.
Yeah, now look at that. Below the lowest rib. If the waist was anything like what you and I call a waist, I mean, there would be no question.
No.
Even with that, I don't think there's any question.
That was a loose shot.
Yeah.
Punished by Lee Yong-dae.
Service over. 18-16.
Yeah. What was that? Hesitation, and it ended up as a half-court lift. That's not... Is that 3 consecutive returns of serve he's found the net court? Tan Wee Keong?
The players, they practice in hitting the net court.
Yeah.
If you hit it in a certain way, sort of top spin it a little bit in order to use a tennis term,
Yeah.
there's a good chance that it will
Oh,
pass the net.
still phenomenal to make it happen. Well, there's another net court return of serve. This time
Service
from
over.
Lee Yong-dae.
19-17.
Yeah, the point you made earlier on, Steen, I don't think he's even tried a flick serve yet. I wonder if he'll try it now. So there's more likelihood of getting called for above the waist on a flick serve because you naturally lift the arm in which you're holding the shuttle, and if you're lifting your arm, then of course you're going to strike the shuttle even higher. What's he going to do? Yeah, low serve.
Service over. 18-19.
3 more points for the Malaysians.
Yeah, but only 2 needed for the Koreans. This is all desperate stuff. There's a
First
serve.
flicker.
Oh, my goodness me! How on earth did he do that?
Saved it. Fantastic play by Lee Yong-dae.
Unbelievable! The flick serve was superb. Yu Young-sung slipped over. He played the next shots off the floor. His defence was absolutely incredible.
20 match point.
Well, a real lesson in why it's worth fighting. Keep the shuttle going. You never know. You can just get away with it. And they haven't just got away with it. It is 2 match point opportunities. Extraordinary. Good serve. Well, that's 1 match point
Service
saved.
over. 19-20.
Well, it's Go V Shen to serve.
That's a real question whether he will get this serve over the net.
Yeah, pressure.
Perhaps a flicker.
is making him wait even longer. Adds to the tension. Oh,
Good
it's a good
service.
serve. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness! What a rally again! 20 all.
20 all.
Extraordinary badminton. And look at the delight from the Malaysians.
Wouldn't it be great to have a pulse sensor on the two Malaysian coaches right now?
Oh, extra points. Goodness
Play.
me. Can he hold his nerve on his serve again? Yes, he does. It's gone long.
Well played.
They've just saved. Oh, there's going to be a challenge. Is there a
But
challenge?
It's out.
There's no question it's out, surely. Oh, I'm getting too excited. Nah, that's definitely long. That's, in badminton terms, that's way long of the back line. So after saving 2 match points, now the Malaysians have a match point opportunity themselves. Oh, that's well saved.
That's really well played because that's a really difficult shot
Service over.
in that situation.
21 all.
That one,
That one, he sliced it a little bit in order to keep it inside.
yeah. Launching himself towards the net. Oh my goodness me. I think we all have to sit down and have a cup of tea after this. 21 all. Oh, he's pushed it wide.
Excellent service return from Go.
Service over. 22-21.
22-21. And now a second match point opportunity for the Malaysians. Oh, it's all happening. The shuttle bouncing off the top of the net and going over, badly deflected, affecting the Malaysian response. Look at that. Actually, he did well to even reach it, but the shot going wide.
Shows how small the margins are.
Yeah. Oh, the error
23.
from Agobi Shem. So will it be third time lucky for Korea? Oh, well, his serve has been so good throughout the match.
23 all.
And then on his third match point opportunity, finds the net. Goodness me. $23 all.
Play.
Oh, that's short.
Excellent play by the Koreans there. Good interception by Lee Yong-dae.
24-23.
Match point opportunity number 4 for Korea. Oh, good umpiring, telling the players play on. I know we've had an hour and 13 minutes of pulsating badminton. Yep, you've got to play on. Everybody feeling the nerves, everybody wanting to take their time. You cannot play a tighter net shot than that from Tan Wee Kyong. How on earth did he keep his nerve to play such a shot? Look at that! Perfection at this stage of a match is nothing short of miraculous. My goodness me. And so the drama goes on. 24-all. Yeah, big gap. Well found by Lee Yong-dae.
25-24.
And he's stepped up here in the setting, Lee Yong-dae.
Fifth match point opportunity for Korea. Good serve. Clever. My goodness, that took courage.
I thought that was close.
He was awfully confident that was going long. Look, he stops about the mid-court area, and he was absolutely right. Good serve. Sensational. And the Malaysians really getting on the attack. That's what you were urging them to do, Steen.
25.
Good coverage of the court by Go.
Yeah. Well,
Maintains the attack.
for the Malaysians now. I make that now a third match point opportunity in this men's doubles. They've done it! Would you believe it? What a sensational opening match in this Group D tie. The men's doubles goes to Malaysia. They had to survive 5 match point opportunities against them. And the world number ones suffer defeat to this relatively new Malaysian pair.
14 and 27-25.
The umpire confirms the score, 27-25 in the deciding game. But my goodness me, I for one thought in this deciding game, when the Koreans won 7 of 8 points from those early stages to change ends with the advantage. 11-7 it was at the mid-game interval in this deciding game. But my goodness, what a thrilling match. 20-22, 21-14, 27-25 in an hour and 18 minutes of simply thrilling badminton. Well, my goodness me, Steen, what a wonderful way to get us off on our first evening session. What a great men's doubles. Well, all the drama and all the excitement of that men's doubles. We're almost an hour and a half since the session began, and it's only one match to love as far as the tie is concerned between the number 2 seeds, Korea and Malaysia. Next up, as you can see, is women's singles, then it's men's singles, and the return of the former world number 1 Lee Chong-wei for Malaysia. Then women's doubles, and of course we will play all 5 matches within the tie. The last match, of course, being the mixed doubles, and lovely to see Go Liu Ying back on the badminton court after operations on both her knees. That, of course, will be the last match this evening, the mixed doubles. Well, as you can see, there is 5 courts in action here in this wonderful stadium in Dongguan. 35 teams here at this year's Sudirman Cup. 31 teams 2 years ago. Good to have more teams competing each year in this World Mixed Team Championship that is the Sudirman Cup. And of course the Sudirman Cup is named after Dick Sudirman, former Indonesian badminton player. He was the founder of the Badminton Association of Indonesia, as well as its chairman for 22 years. He was also a vice president of the IBF, as it was then, the International Badminton Federation, now the BWF, of course. Well, here come the players for the second of our matches in this evening's tie, and it is women's singles, and Sung Ji-hyun of Korea, and a surprise selection maybe with Lim Yin-fun of Malaysia. I say surprise selection because she is actually the 5th ranked Malaysian on the women's singles world ranking list, and of course their number 1 player T Jing Yi is perhaps better known to some, but Lim Yin-fun is just 20 years of age, born in Kuala Lumpur.
Yellow.
And
Red.
I know that
Receive.
she has a huge amount of talent. Stephen Temple from Wales is our umpire for this one. There she is. 111 in the world ranking at the moment, up 21 places this week. Lim Yin-fun, and that's quite a difference to her opponent, who is number 7 on the world ranking. And Sung Ji-hyun will of course be known around the world to all badminton fans because she has actually been as high as 4, and she's the daughter of 2 very famous badminton players, her mother Kim Yun-ya and father Sung Ha-kwok, who of course are both international badminton players. And giving away my age, I used to play against her mother. There's confirmation that she's number 7 in the world ranking. This year she won the German Grand Prix gold, beating the current world champion Carolina Marin in the final. And the Malaysian here, as I say, 20 years of age, born in Kuala Lumpur, up 21 places from 132 to 111. She has been inside the top 100s, reached 99 for a couple of weeks in December at the end of last year. And her win-loss record for the year, well, she's played 5 tournaments so far. The best she's done was second round very recently at the New Zealand Grand Prix Gold event. Now, Sung Ji Hyung, Steen, I know you and I enjoyed watching her on many an occasion, but I think we ought to make mention as we look at her coach that she was selected to play in all of Korea's Sudirman Cup campaign 2 years ago, and she remained undefeated throughout that campaign. Of course, in the final she wasn't required to play because the match was already over before the women's singles. And there Hendroan, a former world champion, on the left as we look at them, and Morten Frost. But that's, I thought, to have a campaign like that, Steen, 2 years ago, was really quite remarkable from Sung Ji Hyung, because she is still very young. She's only 23 years of age.
Yeah, she's been on the circuit for quite a while. I guess she was like 17 or 18 when she first emerged.
Yes, the last Sudirman Cup was, of course, played in Kuala Lumpur 2 years ago. This competition is a biannual event.
I'm not sure, Jill, but I would suppose that you know that was she part of that Korean team who won the VIVO Cup?
Yes, she was.
Yeah. As I recall, she won a lot of matches back then as well. And I might be wrong.
No, you're not wrong at all. I can't remember offhand, but I have a feeling that she had match point opportunities in the second game against Wang Yihan, first women's singles in that VIVO Cup final. And she lost from what seemed to be that winning position, but Korea still won
The tie.
the final and won the VIVO Cup.
On my right, Korea, represented by Sung Ji Hyun. On my left, Malaysia, represented by Lim Yin Kun. Korea to serve. Love all. Play.
So this is the first meeting between these two players. Sung Ji Hyung representing Korea, nearest to us, against Lim Yin Fun of Malaysia. Now, Steen, I was saying that the young Malaysian, she's a very talented young player. I know that you got the opportunity to speak to Morten Frost when we first arrived down at the stadium this evening, and you were talking about the selection and the fact that he has preferred Lim to T Jing-yi. And just tell us, was there any background to that or any rationale behind it?
Yeah, there was. I mean, the basic philosophy is that that something needs to happen in Malaysian badminton, and of course you want to develop the already existing top players, but you also need to get younger players forward. You need to give them the opportunity to play in order to see them develop. And Morten feels that there's a number of talented women's singles players, whereas Lim here is one of them, and she's the one getting the chance to play here instead of just going for the regular safe choice of playing T Jing-yi. We also saw that he's made some very bold selections for the SEA Games, Southeast Asian Games later on this year. So
Next month in Singapore.
yeah, so the young players, they're going to get a chance to play.
Yeah. I think we ought to make mention, and certainly I'm sure, Steen, you'll join me in sending our very best wishes to poor Sonia Chia, who I thought was an outstanding talent, and I understand that her Achilles injury has reoccurred. She's already had 4 operations on it, and we certainly send our best wishes and hope she has a speedy recovery. So, of course, there are other players, up-and-coming youngsters, but right here and now, the opportunity has been given to Lim Yun Fun. Yeah, that's a nice shot.
Yeah.
Service over 1-5.
Now, certainly the last time I saw Sung Ji Hyung playing, I don't remember that support on her elbow.
No.
Is that a new injury or a new precaution?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Well, I mentioned she won the German Grand Prix Gold earlier this year, Sung Ji Hyung, and in doing so emulated her mother, who won that same title 29 years previously. Oh, look at that.
Well played. Classical Sung Ji Hyun style. I talked to Morten Frost and he said he was a little bit tensed about this game because when you give debut to a player, of course you want them to have a good experience and not necessarily winning, but having a good experience, and it could be difficult here because Sung, in my opinion, is very good at playing against a bit shorter players, and there's quite a bit of height difference between these two players. She's been playing excellently against some of the Japanese youngsters coming up, Kana Yamaguchi and I think Mitani as well. She has a style that's hard to play against for the shorter players.
Yeah, and there's 10 centimetres difference between these two players.
But important for Lim here. Nice comeback from down 0-5, now 4-6.
Oh, that was a beautiful cross-court drop from Lim.
5-6.
Yeah, and what I liked about that was not only the accuracy, I love the technical skill there, Steen.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that Morten mentioned, that she could do both the normal slice and the reverse slice that we saw here. And knowing Morten, that might have contributed to the selection because that's one of his favorite shots.
So I suppose in a scenario like this, and I mean, I've never been in your position, Steen, but obviously you've been head coach, you were head coach for many years and very experienced. You know, if you look at a team selection and you say to yourselves, presumably you have to be realistic and say, we don't actually have a player we believe has a realistic chance of beating the best player from the other nation we're playing against. So you select sometimes maybe on talent and potential, or do you have a responsibility to select the best player? Is it something you're torn between?
Not really. We have to select, in my opinion, for talent and potential, because we coaches and our job is to try to win medals for the country. So there's no way around it, and I feel that perhaps Malaysia has been going down the other stretch for a number of years, the safe way, just selection by ranking. Of course, she's been spirited. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been selected. But of course, the performance of the men's doubles must have given her even more spirit.
Oh, look at that. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, no, that was good spirits.
And that's one of the strong points of Song, that a lot of players could be a little bit tensed as the shuttles keeps coming back. She doesn't really get tensed. She just plays on and on and on. A little bit better shot, making the opportunity just a little bit better.
Yeah.
For every shot until she's won the point.
Overdone it.
10, 7.
Don't you think in a way, so that's very good that she will just calmly keep going at that same pace? Don't you think in a way that's an area so that she could improve by having an injection of pace sometimes? Yeah. I think her game is very much the same pace all the time.
I totally agree. Now I think back of I think she was Olympic gold medalist Bang So-hyun.
Indeed she was.
Of Korea.
Yeah. 1996. Now 4-point advantage at the mid-game interval. Yeah, carry on, Steen. Sorry, I interrupted there.
No, that's okay. We should maybe try to see if we can hear what they're saying. I can't understand that.
Park Tae-sun, coach.
Now, what I was saying, that she reminds me a little bit of Bang So-hyun, whereas Bang, up to the 1996 Olympics, she had really high level of play, but she didn't have the physicality to compete with Susi Susanti, and she didn't have the technical skills, the mental toughness to compete with was it Ye Zhaoying of China?
Ye Zhaoying, yeah.
But in 1 year she improved a little bit on the technical side and a little bit on the physical side of the game, and in 96 she won everything.
Yeah.
And I feel that if they have the recipe back home in Korea for that, then now would be the time to apply it to Song Ji-hyun.
Yeah, interesting. Ooh, oh, goodness me. Oh no, she's all right. Good rally. Oh, how did she get that back? Oh! Yeah, that's a perfect example of what you were talking about.
12, 7.
Calmly, just keeps going. Yeah, her opponent's way out of position. Still plays a lovely shot towards that line. Well, I'm surprised. I had it in my mind that that was the longest rally of the evening so far, but it wasn't quite. It is in this women's singles, but...
I didn't see how many shots.
31.
32 is... I noticed 32 in the men's doubles.
In the men's doubles, that's right. Oh, that's nice. Hold and flick. Oh, it's landing in. Oh, it's called out. Well, obviously the line judge in a much better position to see than I am. Here we go. Oh, it was close, but it was out. Good call, line judge.
It was actually on its way wide left, but I think the drift took it back in, so it was only on the baseline it was out.
Oh, look
Well
at that.
played.
The skill, the slice.
Service over.
Huge slice across the feathers of the shuttle, bringing it down straight. Look at that. Delightful.
Well,
When you look at these two players, Steen, and I'm watching the movement of both of them during the rally, and the amount of court that the Malaysian is having to cover in comparison to Sung Ji Hyung is quite extraordinary. Sung Ji Hyung just seems to be controlling things from the big court area, from her base position, and pushing her opponent to corner and corner, bringing her forward, pushing her back.
Yeah. There were a couple of rallies ago, the one that ended with that beautiful straight slice. I think actually Lim played some good shots in there, because she can't afford to get sort of moved around the court all the time. She needs to prevent Sung from doing this patient attack.
Yeah.
But it's hard for her, and I think if we think a little bit more long term, she needs to change the playing style a little bit. She can't play like Sung and be 10 centimeters shorter. So she needs to come up with something else, as does the Japanese girls when they're playing these tall players. They have to find a way to play more of a doubles match against Sung, for instance, here, and sort of take the lines, the precision out of the game, put more pace into the shots, try to be quicker on the feet. That would be a way to develop the game of Lim Yin Fung, in my opinion.
So more attacking play, or flatter when you're flatter.
Flat. Attacking won't help. Flat would perhaps help. That's at least the idea behind that thought.
service over. 9-15.
How about also, I'm thinking in general terms for all the shorter women's singles players, you've mentioned some of the Japanese, because my mind is now racing, and you've stimulated a lot of thought here, because I'm immediately thinking of former world champion Rachana Kintanon. Not the tallest of athletes, but unbelievable racket skills and disguise. So I'm also thinking not only what you've just said, but players like Lim.
Yeah.
She's got nice racket skills, she's got that soft touch, that grip on her racket. Maybe really needs to work on that disguised
That's
overhead.
another possibility.
Yeah.
That's another possibility.
17-9.
Oh, that's wild. Yeah. This is where, you know, you go on to courts,
18-9.
you're excited by the challenge of being selected for your country and so on. She's run her heart out so far in this
You
open
have
game.
dreams of winning.
You have dreams of winning, but now she's running out of ideas as to how to put that into
Yeah.
reality.
Exactly.
Here we are. One
Reality
error.
creeps in on you.
Yeah.
9.
So 2 points away from the opening game for Sung Ji Hyung. He's gone wide as well. Game point opportunities.
20. Game point 9.
Just 15 minutes of play. Clock turns over to the 16 minutes. That's lovely, isn't it?
Game.
Yeah. Emphasising the points that we were making about push your opponent to the back, bring them forward, then change the angle, make them twist and turn.
She's got so many skills from the backcourt, Sung Ji Hyun.
21-9. That opening game in 16 minutes.
bolanya hip-hop, ininya dia semua jadi. Kalau bolanya sampai belakang, dia sudah kurang.
If you attack, I want you to attack. If you attack, remember to follow your shots.
Well, we only caught the first part of that, which from Morton Frost, which was if you're going to attack, really attack.
Yeah, and follow up,
And the
follow the
follow-up.
shots.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we lost the mic there, so we couldn't hear the rest of it because they're still talking. And of course, it's a young player, so there will be a lot of things to emphasize.
And I suppose this is the situation, Steen, that we were referring to earlier about involving the player in the discussion. When you have a younger player, that's when you take over more and there's more telling rather than asking or involving, and you need to give them guidance because they haven't been in this situation before.
No. And in this situation, down 21-9, I would never ask the player, how do you feel?
No.
Because obviously the player got no clue, because otherwise she would have played differently.
Yeah.
So, and she's a debutant, so it would be the coaches telling what they want to do. And one of the things that I would emphasize here is that don't play to win this match. Play to get experience. Because at the end of the first game, there was some signs that she was playing to win it. She was trying to put it closer to the lines. That's not the solution.
Yeah. It's a good opening rally to this second game. Yeah, got caught on the backhand. It's always a sign a player is in trouble when they have to turn and play the backhand from deep in court. Especially for women's singles players, very, very difficult to then get the shuttle deep into your opponent's court. So
it takes a lot of arm power to get it back deep.
Yeah, so real trouble if you see a player in that situation.
Service over. 1 all.
I like that variation. Good use of the body smash. It's about the first we've seen this match, isn't it? Clever. Aimed for that right hip, and that's where she hit it.
Good deception.
Service over. 2 all. Service over. 3 2.
Overdone it. Now that's the sort of shot that you're saying,
Yeah.
don't try and play for the
No,
line.
no. But it's natural because, I mean, she's probably very, very happy she's been selected for the Sudirman Cup team, and she wants to prove that it's the correct selection. So the number of points is important for her, whereas it should actually be the amount of tiredness when she's finished with this match. The more tired she is, the better.
I understand exactly the point you're making, Steen, but you know, I'm thinking back to the dark ages when I used to play. You know, and an athlete's mentality is you always want to win.
Yeah.
So to deviate from that and say to yourself, okay, this is beyond me, I'm just going to do something else, instinctively, I'm not sure I'd be able to do that.
No, and it also it takes longer time, because now she's been selected and the coaches are saying, well, it's a development tournament and so on, but she hasn't tried that before. So what happens when she comes out from this match? Are the coaches going to continue the line of developing, or are they suddenly going to comment on the score and that she didn't get so many points and so on? So
Yeah.
so is this for real, that I'm actually selected on my talent, or is it just until I lose really big, then it's not about the talent anymore, then it's not good enough and so on?
Yeah.
So that's pretty much what you want to get some kind of certainty of as a player, that this is the way we're doing it now.
Yeah. And of course, Morten Frost won't have been in Malaysia long enough for the players to have that trust and understanding that that is the long-term philosophy.
No, and even if they might have this trust, but I think you're right. It's pretty much impossible to have. Even if they had it in one person, there's still the environment.
Yeah.
There's still the other players. There's still the coaches. Still the the journalists and so on. So it takes a while to change the environment to sort of allow this kind of development.
Yeah.
Wait, please. Wait. Play.
Oh, that's a beautiful net shot.
And there was the follow-up.
Yeah.
And she gets thumbs up from Morten Frost. Attack and follow your shot. And there she is, taking it high.
Just long. So for absolute clarity, what you and Morten Frost are talking about then is when you attack and you talk about the follow-up, you have to believe that your shot is going to force what you and I would call a weak return. And a weak return is when you can read where it's coming. Not necessarily that it's loose over the net, but if you know that it's coming back to the net, that's when you follow up.
Exactly. And in women's singles, I guess 90% of the smash returns is short straight.
Yeah.
So go for that instead of covering all
Yeah.
four corners.
Pulled in. Oh,
Yeah.
there's a challenge.
Yeah.
Good-o.
Challenge.
Well, a challenge. Oh, she's going to lose that challenge. That's plumb on the line. Well, she was hesitant.
I was about to say that I understood her challenge, but after seeing it in replay, there's no chance whatsoever that this could be called out.
No chance. Hawkeye's going to confirm it for us, I'm sure. And Hawkeye does.
Challenge unsuccessful.
I thought that, her hesitation
Service over.
perhaps was
5,
her own
10.
indication to herself that,
Yeah.
normally you've got to have the philosophy as a player that I'm, unless I know absolutely immediately that I want to challenge, then you shouldn't challenge.
Great net shot from
Service over.
Song.
11-5.
So a 6-point advantage at the mid-game interval in favour of Korea in the form of Sung Ji-hyun.
Lob 1-2 kali saja, lepas itu banyak turun. Itu bola lagi.
Well, again, I seem to have lost. Oh, look at that net shot. Did you see that? That was wonderful. Seeing that again, how tight that was and how the shuttle was upside down as it crossed over the net. And of course, Indrowan World champion in Seville in 2001. I think Morton's going to have to brush up on his Bahasa, because I think that Henderson was speaking to his player in one language and Morton in another. This is a good rally. Oh, I like that clear. Oh, sensational. Goodness me, what a rally. And what a way to end it.
11.
Well, it's not often that Sung Ji Hyung is sent in the wrong direction. But she was left stranded at the end of this rally, the longest rally of the evening so far in this tie between Korea and Malaysia. Look at that, how did she get that back? Yeah, no wonder the little celebration at the end of that rally.
Well played. A trademark Sung Ji Hyun.
Well,
The steep cross drops from the baseline.
Oh, that's played with good pace. That round the head cross-court shot from Sung Ji Hyung.
It's a brilliant shot.
Yeah. Do you call that a fast drop or a half smash? Either
In
will
between, in between.
Yep, either would do.
So, in many ways, the lift to that corner should sort of be taken out of the game, because you might as well try something else, because if you do this, you're still in trouble.
Yeah.
Big, big trouble.
service over. 7-13.
Going to go wide. Yep.
Service over. 14.
Excellent rally by Sung.
Yeah.
She, of course, I mean, she probably just want to win this match and level the score in the tie, but when she's analyzing it, she should sort of look for the situations where players with stronger attacking skills than Lim would cause trouble for her.
Look, she's playing down the forehand side of the Korean early stages. How much do you think a player at the beginning of a Sudirman Cup campaign like this would actually sit down and analyse, or would she leave that to the coaches at the moment, and then perhaps after the event analyse personally all of her matches within the campaign?
I don't think she'll analyse this match.
No.
I don't think so, because she's not really under pressure, because Lim hasn't got the weapons yet to challenge her. The only way that she could sort of use it was as part of a bigger development, like we discussed earlier, that hopefully for Korea, she's going to play against Lee Shu-rui in the final. So how can Sung develop her game in order to beat Lee Shu-rui? That's what she should be concerned about, and that's where she should be thinking that it's Lee Shu-rui on the other side. So if it was her, what kind of shots would come back at her then? When would she be attacked where she's not being attacked right now because it's Lim?
Yeah. Just so tight,
7.
fearing she might hit the net, actually misses it. It's interesting though, Steen. I mean, I don't think this match is in doubt who's going to win this one. And I'm just reflecting in my own mind about what you've said, because to me I find it so intriguing, because so many of coaches throughout all different sports keep saying, never think ahead, just focus in on the job at hand. And you're taking it a step further than that, and you're saying, but she's going to win anyway.
Yeah, and she's going to win this match playing like Sung Ji-hyun.
Yeah.
So it might be interesting to see her win this match playing like someone else, someone more attacking, like playing like Carolina Marin.
Yeah.
Attack, attack, attack.
Yep.
And then mix it up with her normal playing style so that she gets a little bit better. This match,
Match point.
she's got into the hall and so on, but she hasn't got really better, a lot better.
Whole host of match point opportunities for Korea to level this tie at one match apiece. That's a super clear.
Game.
21-9, 21-7 the scoreline. But in my opinion, quite obviously, Sung Ji-hyun was the better player today, but I think we've seen enough from Lim In-fun to know that Morten Frost is right. She has got a huge amount of talent and potential. And if that can be harnessed and brought to fruition, well, she could be a player that's very, very interesting in world terms. So confirmation of the score, 21-9, 21-7. And indeed, it is one match apiece. I made that 33 minutes, but we'll have confirmation in a minute. Yeah, my timing was correct. 33 minutes, 21-9, 21-7. So there is confirmation that after the first two matches within this Group D tie, it was one match apiece. One of each of the 5 disciplines, of course, make up the tie in the Sudirman Cup, the World Mixed Team Championships. So men's singles up next, and then women's doubles and mixed doubles are the last match of the tie. So it's been, for Lee Chong-wei fans, a very long 8 months since he last graced a badminton court in competition. Having served his suspension for a doping violation, he's now back, and will play his first match, competitive match, since the semi-final of the Asian Games. Now, and in singles we've got Lee against Lee. Lee Chong-wei, of course, for Malaysia, and Lee Dong-kyung for Korea. Now, of course, the Korean is not their top-ranked Korean. Song Wan-ho is their highest ranked, and incidentally, Lee Hyun-il shot up 6 places this week to 16 in the world after winning the New Zealand Grand Prix gold. 34-year-old left-hander Lee Hyun-il, twice 4th at the Olympic Games. That's the most desperate place, in my opinion, to finish. So desperately close to contesting an Olympic final, and then you go away with nothing. Well, listen to the fans here. It isn't a Chinese player. It is Lee Chong-wei, and that speaks volumes for the badminton fans around the world. So many, so delighted to see this man back on the competition court. But the question mark, of course, if you've been out for 8 months, whether the cobwebs have been brushed off or whether you need a little time just to settle in. Well, we're about to discover.
Ready?
Jakob Simberg is
Shuttle
our
record.
umpire for this one.
Shuttle. Service.
Stephen Temple will be the service judge. So there, the 24-year-old from Seoul, Lee Dong-kyung. Lee Chong-wei, the former world #1, twice Olympic silver medalist. And of course he will have the opportunity to try and qualify for the Olympics once again. His world ranking, with that 8 months away from the competition court, has plummeted to 46 in the world ranking, but he has only got 3 tournaments towards that ranking. Actually down 1 place there. Lee Dong-kyung, he's down 2 places in the world ranking this week, having played 16 tournaments, down to 34, and he has a negative win-loss record for the year. 6 tournaments played, twice reached the 2nd round, and 4 first-round losses. His 4 first-round losses, incidentally, in Super Series, the 4 Super Series he's played. So this is the 3rd meeting between these 2 players, and as you can see, the previous 2, Lee Chong-wei has won both of them, the last being in the first round of the World Championships in Copenhagen last year. Now, there's confusion in my mind, Steen. I was told that Lee Chong-wei, having been tested positive at those World Championships, was stripped of his silver medal. And then I read a different report that said that he hadn't actually been stripped of his medal, that the suspension was over. And so anyway, we won't dwell on that because we want to look forward and look forward to this match between the 2 players. But it is a tall order for this man, isn't it? Will it be 3rd time lucky for him? I suppose if there's an opportunity, it's when your opponent hasn't played for 8 months. And perhaps there are a few cobwebs that need to be brushed off from Lee Chong-wei before he's back to his scintillating best.
I have a feeling that Lee Chong-wei is quite compatible right now. And I think actually that these 8 months may go down as a blessing in disguise, because I don't see any tapings on the legs of Lee Chong-wei. He's had a break from the tournaments. He's played an awful lot of tournaments. And yeah, it's good to have him back.
Yeah. Yeah. He's probably rearing to go. Now it's called in. Perhaps his spatial awareness not quite back. But I remembered reading an article in the Malaysian newspaper back in September last year, and Lee Chong-wei was quoted as saying that I feel bored even looking at a badminton court right now. So all that pent-up energy and eagerness to get back, I'm sure he's absolutely delighted to be back on court.
And sometimes when you're away for that amount of time, normally it's pretty much due to injury.
Yeah.
You get a feeling of what's it's going to be like when it's over. So you get a little bit more focused being back on court. That time is limited and there's no time wasting.
2, 1.
Winner of the Korean Grand Prix last year, Lee Dong-kwon. I thought last year actually the Korean steam, we watched him in the All England Championships coming through the qualifying event and then going all the way through to the quarter-final stage where he lost out in 3 games to Wang Zhiming of China. And I thought at the time, this is the breakthrough for this young Korean.
Yeah.
But it's never really materialised as I thought it would.
No, it's just been one of the guys. I mean, he's having trouble scoring points against the better players, in my opinion. He can play with them, but he's not really dangerous, or hasn't been so far. But there's also the possibility that he's been sort of preparing for the Olympic qualification period, and perhaps we can get a good look at that today and see where he stands.
Yeah. Nicely done. There is one thing I noticed with Lee Dong-kwon some considerable time ago, which is his grip when he's coming forward to the net on the backhand side. And in my opinion, he can't play a tight spinning net shot because of the grip he's holding. 90% of the time he lifts it. That's landed in as well.
5, 2.
Yeah, there is a considerable sideways drift, and as we look down on the court, it's going from left to right. Yeah, lift.
3号场地将要进行的是中国香港队茶溪队副主队，由陈念
Brilliant.
Yeah, well played.
Totally outmaneuvered. Lee Dong-kwon. Look at that. Forehand side, then deep backhand. And then forehand front.
I think that grip we were talking about, Jill, in the backhand side of the net, that should also cause him some trouble in the long, deep backhand corner.
3, 5.
Lift. Lift. smash. And the problem for a player, if I can notice it, and I'm not a coach, you know, you don't have to worry about one of the three corners, one of the four corners.
And that's really nice.
Yeah, you only you can forget about 25% of the court area because he's never going to play it, or if he plays it, it will be such a simple shot block.
And it's actually, it's like you say, it's 25% of the court when he has the shuttle in that area. And the problem for the Korean is that if the player notices it, he will have that shuttle in that area a lot more than if there's no floor there.
Yeah.
So it's even more than 25% impact on the playing, on the overall playing style.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it will take a couple of matches or maybe a couple of tournaments for Lee Chong-wei to get his eye completely back in. That missed defensive shot being a prime example of just the difference between being physically fit and being match fit. That's the backhand from deep in court. Now, when you said that to me earlier, and you said, well, the grip is also going to limit him from deep in the corner, back corner. Now, he tried to play a sort of cross court there, but it had no power, it had no real oomph to it. And, you know, why is that?
You normally want to change your grip a little bit when you're under pressure in the backhand corner. You want to change it a little bit towards the penhandle grip.
Yes.
And if he doesn't do that, he will lack control. And he will eventually also, if he tries to play deep to the baseline of Lee Chong-wei, he will have trouble playing deep enough.
Ball was called wide, and I think I might challenge that. Well, early stages, chooses not to. Oh no, good call, line judge.
2号场地将要进行的是丹麦队与英格兰队的第4场比赛，女子单打，由莱恩对阵阿富汗，裁判员鲁斯福瑞斯拉脱维亚，83
That's well played. That's well played.
Yeah, you see, Lee Chong-wei, that's the perfect example of what you were talking about. He knows that he's not going to play it back to the net on the net shot. Lee Chong-wei was already moving to that round the head position.
Playing good position and being able to do that deceptive drop shot, which is really, really hard.
Yeah.
Coming backwards from across the court.
Now, Steen, I mean, obviously we've noticed this technical area with Lee Dong-kyung that could be improved upon. The man's 24 years of age. He's got to be trying to qualify for the Olympics. He's got a good chance of qualifying for the Olympics, maybe as the second Korean player. I think he's got to be in the top 16 to achieve that. Otherwise, it will just be one Korean player going to the Olympic Games. But for you as a coach, is it too late at the age of 24 to technically change a player?
No. But there's one thing I find it really strange that he has this big technical flaw, because you normally don't see it with players at this level that they have flaws that big if they play consistently on a Super Series level. But that's the case here, and I'm really puzzled.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a big problem to change it. Quite easy to change.
Oh, beautiful drop shot.
We can see what he's been practicing for the last 8 months.
Yeah. And for the first time in this opening game, Lee Chong-wei goes into the lead. Ooh, net shot on the backhand side. Oh, that was going out, wasn't it? Yeah, clever smash.
9-all.
I suppose your comment that it's not that difficult actually to technically make that change for the Korean. And I suppose it goes back to what we were discussing a little earlier about whether the player has the belief and the trust in the coaches, that the coaches will understand that sometimes to become better and to change something technically, you need to take a step back before you take 2 forward or 3 forward.
That's the really, really hard part of making major improvements.
Yeah,
It's so hard that to accept that for a period you actually become worse.
yeah.
One of the best examples that I've heard of is from golf, where golfers take out as much as a year to change the swing because that's what it takes,
Yeah,
with missed cuts and everything, in order to get the swing that you want.
yeah. But it seems to me, in golf, it's very different from badminton, because a golfer, it seems to me, as if they're never satisfied with their swing.
Yeah, exactly.
They're always tinkering with it.
All kinds of measures.
Yeah.
But I've also seen it in badminton, actually, with 2 Chinese players who had a respectively offensive and defensive natural playing style. Dong Jong, who was a natural attacking player, took out half a year where he played mostly defensively in order to sort of get his defense up to a certain level, so he got enough chances that his offense would do the job for him.
Interesting. Well, this match is interesting too, because the Korean has the advantage, a slender advantage, just 1 point at the mid-game interval. Now that's the sort of missed defensive shot that is just, as I call it, getting rid of the cobwebs.
Yeah.
He's there, he's just mistimed it
20 seconds.
because he's just not yet match fit.
Yeah, and he's probably had some sparring with some of the Malaysian players, but definitely
11,
not challenged
10. Play.
in a way he's used to playing tournaments.
Has he been told to up the pace? No, that was a good follow-up. It was a good, powerful smash.
Upping the pace, that's interesting, because I know we've been discussing at some occasions that sometimes Lee Chong-wei uses his speed in a little bit of a negative way in order to get away with shots that are not really quality shots, and it would be interesting if he could use his speed proactively.
Look at that.
Well, 11.
Just delicious. Oh, so too is that.
That's a shot we haven't seen him make for a long while, and I don't mean the 8th month, but that reversed push. So efficient. the opponent tries to read the racket, they will go across court.
Four points since the mid-game interval, and all 4 points to Lee Chong-wei. Well, we didn't really hear what they said, but whatever they said, it's worked.
Yeah. There's also, I mean, definitely there's some situation where he's a little bit rusty.
Yeah.
But I also feel that he has at least 1 or 2 gears more if he needs that.
Yeah.
Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps he's a little bit too rusty, but yeah.
That's nice. Yeah, well played.
Well, 15.
We shouldn't forget, of course, that the pressure now on Lee Chong-wei, age of 32. You know, you've been out, there's been this huge controversy in the world of badminton. You know, he's served his time, he's now back, and of course he will be wanting to show his fans around the world, and there are thousands and thousands of fans around the world that, you know, it's as if the 8 months haven't gone. He's still the player he was, and he'll be putting self-imposed pressure on himself to perform, and to perform as he did before. And you know, you can't be out for 8 months and then just suddenly step back onto court the same man, same player.
And I don't think we can imagine how much pressure there's on him.
Mm. Well,
17, 12.
that's put me in my place, hasn't it? He's still got the confidence. He's still got the skills. You don't become a bad player overnight anyway.
That shot got me out on the right side of the chair.
You were going in the opposite direction, you and me both. Seven of the last 8 points since the mid-game interval to Lee Chong-wei.
17, 12.
And this emphasizes the problems for Lee Dong-kyun, that how on earth is he going to score a point when he meets opponents that have a defense like this?
Yeah.
And a speed like this.
Oh, look at that net shot. Yeah.
Nineteen, 12.
9 of the 10 points played since the mid-game interval now.
Yeah, it was 11-10, wasn't it?
Yeah.
20, game point, 12.
Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. 10-11 down at the mid-game interval. 10 of the next 12. 11 points and 8 game point opportunities. A little bit of trickery there once again from Lee Chong-wei, and since the mid-game interval just storms through a game number 1. 11 of 12 points. Well, I didn't think I would brush away the rust and the cobwebs as quickly as this, but he seems to have done. That was phenomenal. Quite extraordinary. So, opening game in favour of Malaysia, 21-12 in 21 minutes. Interesting, we should make mention of the Korean coach there, because that's Indra Wijaya, former Indonesian player. Then he represented Singapore, and now coaching in Korea.
4号场地将要进行的是美国队与法国队的第4场比赛，男子双打，由非美洲昂拉尔莱特对阵塔雷姆拉巴尔，裁判员扎德、伊朗，发球裁判员纳什、印度。
The fourth match on court 4 will be men's doubles. Philip Chu, Sasava, USA against Fred Labar, France. Umpire, Muhammad, Iran. Service judge, Nadu, India.
Second game. Level. Play.
So Lee Chong-wei of Malaysia. After that mid-game interval of game number 1, there was only really one player in that opening game. Phenomenal display. Oh! Well, that's good aggression from the Korean Lee Dong-kyung.
1. Love.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about in follow-up. If you hit a good shot in singles and that you know that there's a probable reply, a block to the net, that's when you follow forward.
1. All.
And that was well done here, because it's a little bit harder to predict where Lee Chong-wei is going to return his defense.
This is a good run. Look at that net shot. He's walking back to that. Yeah, and pays the penalty too. Oh, that's the longest rally of the match. Look, he's just walking back. Did he think he was going long? Must have done, surely.
This is the kind of rally that I don't like to see Lee Chong-wei playing, because as we discussed in the ladies singles, he should be thinking as well. Of course, I accept that today, just let him play, let him enjoy it. But otherwise, he should be thinking, what am I up against when it really matters? What am I up against when I play Chen Long, when I play Lin Dan? Then if I play loose shots, I'll be put under pressure. Here, if he plays a loose shot against Lee, he's not put under the pressure the same way he's going to be when he faces the very best players in the world.
Of course, there's the other thing to consider, which is the other team in this group, India. This could be a very, very tight group, as we talked about earlier. And actually, if Malaysia could win this tie against Korea, then of course they have a possibility of ending top of the group and therefore a seeded position in the knockout stage.
Yeah.
And that's given the fact that China are the defending champions and #1 seeds, that could be worth an awful lot to a team. Be seeded.
A much better chance of getting a medal.
Yeah.
And actually, from what we've seen today, I mean, Malaysia a couple of weeks ago, and it looked like they weren't able to clear the group stage, but there's still matches to go in this tie here, but they have 2 matches against China where they have quite a good chance of winning. We've seen the men's doubles play well yesterday, and in the first match today, and I mean, can't write off Lee Chung-wei either, so
No.
3-all.
anything can happen in these team matches where there's only 5 matches. Can't afford a little injury or unlucky or performance below par, then you'd
Yeah.
be in trouble.
Yeah.
Well played.
Ball 3.
Oh, that flick serve. Coming back in. Good rally. Brilliant. The punch clear there,
Yeah.
Steen.
Exactly, we saw that extra clear.
Yeah. This one coming up here, I think it is.
Yes.
Look, punch cleared, and that's the problem in the deep backhand that you were talking about. 361, that's 224 miles per hour. That winning smash. I suppose one of the scenarios is sort of alluding to what we were discussing earlier in the women's singles selection, you know, and perhaps Lee Dong-kyung has been, I don't want to use the words sacrifice, but if they wanted to save
Definitely.
So Won-ho for playing against either Kashyap Pallipalli or Srikanth Kidambi when they play against India, and that could be crucial in deciding the overall group. Perhaps, you know, they want to keep So Won-ho fresh. That's part of the selection.
Yeah, and perhaps at least not having a bad experience against Lee Chung-wei. I think that might more be the case than the freshness. The downside of that is that he will not be able to play in the hall until.
That's landed way in. And that's why he needs to play in the hall, because
Yeah.
of a drift like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Ball.
And I have a feeling that Korea feels that they have a good chance against India. They will be huge favourites in all the doubles disciplines, but we shouldn't underestimate them. And they've improved in the doubles, the Indian players. I don't think they're at a level where they consistently can threaten the Koreans yet. But then again, it's only one match where you need to trip a little bit.
Yeah. And look what happened to Lee Yong-dae's confidence today after 7 service faults called on him, and then he lost his confidence at the net. And of course, in the end, that men's doubles became not catastrophic, but it is catastrophic in that they lost, the #1 pair in the world, lost to the Malaysians. So that's good pressure, isn't it?
It was a surprise that they lost. I would say the Malaysians are a really good pair. They're perhaps a little bit lower ranked than they should be due to the injury on Go. So it's not catastrophic, but it must raise some concern in the Korean camp. Will Lee Yong-dae and Song, will they be able to win when it matters the most?
Yeah.
8-5.
Well, I almost sense that Lee Chong-wei is on cruise control now.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joe. I think he knows that he's going to win this match. Oh, some trick shots for us. Interesting. Good follow-up, but very interesting that Lee Chong-wei is sort of working on these shots here from the first quarter of the court, perhaps the first third of the court, because he needs to be a little bit more clinical from that area. He creates a lot of opportunities for himself, but if he can perhaps take 10-15% more of them and make easy winners from the first third of the court, then that will be really crucial. Playing top 5 players.
Yeah.
10-5.
Finds the line.
11-5.
So to the mid-game interval, 6-point advantage. Ooh, that was closer than I thought. I don't think we've had a challenge yet in this men's singles, have we?
No.
No.
Court 1, 20 seconds.
Poise and the balance.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Play.
Oh, that's nice.
Shot lift from Chong-wei.
6-11.
Yeah. Fair point. I appreciate it was a short lift, but do you think that more aggressive style from the Korean would help his cause? I mean, just sort of
Not
at the
really.
moment no.
No.
But he just seems to be chasing whatever Lee Chong-wei is throwing at
Yeah,
him. And
yeah.
I'd like to sort of see him try and put the Malaysian under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, me too. But I don't think at the moment he has the technical skills to do it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think he was fortunate to get away with that. The Korean. Well, hitting it long, but it's that commitment coming forward I think you've been referring to, isn't it?
And I think the coach was satisfied anyway. Of course, he would have liked to seen it in, but there's almost no chance of defending that shot if it's in. If you get it back, you just lose the next one.
Yeah.
Taufik Hidayat was a master of this shot.
Yeah. Great disguise.
13, 8.
And of course, Lee Dong-kyung was part of the gold medal team, men's team, that won gold at the Asian Games
13, 8.
last year, beating China in the final. Brilliant. Goodness me.
I think we
No,
see
no,
some
no. Was that called out? Is that a challenge? What was he raising his hand for, Lee Chong-wei?
challenged. Yeah.
Well, I'm convinced that was in. I thought it was called in. Maybe he was immediately saying, I need the court attendant on. Give the court a good old mop. Yeah, that's still a bit slippery. Yep. Now, to me, that's the big difference between the two players. When Lee Chong-wei came forward to the net there on the backhand side, he can turn the shuttle. He can do something with it to create the weak reply.
Yeah. And we could see that the legs of Lee Dong-kyung was moving in the wrong direction at first, and then he had to move towards the other corner. And I think that it's quite safe to say that there's some really good tendencies in Lee Chong-wei's game already now. We've seen this extra punch clear, we've seen the straight pushes from the net. We've seen some cross smashes from the forehand side, a lot more variation. And if that continues, he's going to be really, really lethal.
Yeah. Crikey. Well, there's a statement. He's world #1. And if he's going to be better than he was when he was world #1, because he's added some variation to his game and his skills, oh gosh, we're in for an exciting time.
Yeah, I saw the Malaysian newspapers writing something about it was important to getting Lee Chong-wei back to #1 in the world ranking. And in my opinion, nothing could matter less than what number he is.
Yeah.
It matters more how he plays
Yeah.
at the big events, at the World Championships, at the Olympics.
Yeah. I know what they mean though, because if you're not number one and you're not seeded, you can come up against Lin Dan or Chen Long first round.
Yeah, but if you play well enough, if you just play like the number one.
Yeah. .378, that's 234 miles an hour. Oh, goodness me.
17-9.
That, in my opinion, Steen, was more about the speed of movement rather than the speed of shot.
That's the single situation. I mean, speed of movement, speed of shot. Perhaps the quickness of shot. The quickness of shot is more important than the speed of shot.
Yeah.
Quickness of movement and quickness of shot. Does that make sense?
Oh, it does. And that all about angle. Look how the racket head just clips over the top of the shuttle. Virtually no follow through, and yet he plays an outright winner.
Yeah. And the lack of follow through makes it so hard to judge for the opponent, because players, they use the body and the arm movement to judge what kind of shot is it.
Yeah. It's landed in. Delaying the inevitable, one suspects. That's drifted long, and with it come match point opportunities for Malaysia in the form of Lee Chong Wei. And only needed the one opportunity. (21-12, 21-10). And after the men's singles, it means that Malaysia have a 2-1 lead in the overall tie against the second most successful team in the history of the Sudirman Cup. Well, in the end, it really was very comfortable, having been 11-10 down at the mid-game interval of game number one. Those 11 of the next 12 points seeing out that first game. And then really in the second game, a little wave to the fans. Lee Chong Wei just giving his little glimpses of what we've missed in the last 8 months. So confirmation of the score, 21-12, 21-10 in 44 minutes. So there is confirmation that Malaysia lead the tie 2-1 against the number 2 seeds Korea. Malaysia having taken the men's doubles, and as we've just witnessed, the men's singles as well. Next up will be women's doubles, and then a mixed doubles, the last of the 5 matches within the tie. So the 14th staging of the Sudirman Cup, and as I was saying earlier, combined with the World Individual Championships until 2003 in Steen, I think that a very good decision to separate the World Individual Championships from the Sudirman Cup, because I can remember a number of the leading players who perhaps should have been winning gold and medals at the individual championships had given their all in the team competition, and besides which it's another showcase event for us in another time, another place in the calendar.
And there was also this discussion how much the top players should play in the team event, at least for the other teams than China, who had such a huge amount of talent that they sort of could save players. So
spread the workload.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, of course, China have lifted the Sudirman Cup 9 times. They are the defending champions. Korea have won the title 3 times, 1991, 93 and 2003. And of course, very fittingly, the first ever Sudirman Cup competition was won by Indonesia. And I say fitting because it was Dick Sudirman who gave the cup and thought of the idea to the International Federation. It is the most magnificent trophy, isn't it? It's got a little replica of the Borobudur temple on the lids, and the handles, a couple of stamen from flowers indicating the seed of life and the growth of badminton globally. It's been a wonderful idea, it's been a wonderful competition, and here we are embarking on the 14th competition. I suppose the only thing I question in my mind is the number of times it's been staged here in China, because of course China love their badminton.
Yeah.
It's a huge fan base, and we've got to take the competition to where the fans are and where everybody wants to watch it.
Of course, being so dominant, it's only natural that the fan base is bigger here in China.
Yeah, this is the 4th time over the last 6 competitions that China has staged the Sudirman Cup. As our women's doubles players come onto court, the Korean pair of Jang Ye-na, the left-hander, and Jung Kyung-eun, up against another left-handed and right-handed combination of Vivian Hu and Woon Ki-wei. There, Woon Ki-wei, the left-hander. Malaysians, the Commonwealth Games gold medalists from last year, Asian Games bronze medalists. And they're up against this Korean pair that is relatively new. In fact, they formed their partnership in 2011, played just 2 tournaments that year, and then reformed their partnership at the All England Championships in March earlier this year. Reached the final of the Malaysian Premier Super Series, so the Koreans really have made their mark already in world terms. So, if I've heard correctly there, Zhang Ye-na will serve. I guess one pair must have chosen ends, Steen, because they've moved their bags.
Yeah.
And I know we've discussed it before, I don't know why players don't always choose ends, because you can score points. Since 2006, when the scoring was changed to whoever is serving, you can score a point. That didn't used to be the case. So as far as Korea is concerned, this is absolutely vital. The number 2 seeds are 2-1 down in the overall tie, and Zhang Ye-na and Jung Kyung-eun must win this to keep the tie alive. Of course, there's always a second chance within a group stage because everybody has to play everybody else, but they certainly would take a huge blow if they were to lose against Malaysia. There is Jung Kyung-eun, 25 years of age. Had a wonderful women's doubles partnership previously with Kim Ha-na, who we will be seeing in the mixed doubles. And this lady, the left-hander, also 25, and of course she was in a partnership with Hae-won. They reached the final of the World Championships in Guangzhou 2 years ago, so a silver medalist from those World Championships. As I say, reached the final of the Malaysian Super Series. There is Woon Ki-wei, 26 years of age. They're enjoying their second week at a career high of number 11 in the world ranking. She was born in Selangor. Vivian Hu was born in Kuala Lumpur, only turned 25 last month. So they've been playing together for some long time, the Malaysian pair. This is their 6th year together. As I say, bronze medal from the Asian Games, a gold medal from the Commonwealth Games. And of course they won a gold medal at the Southeast Asian Games of 2013. Do you know if they've been selected for the Southeast Asian Games next month, Steen, or are they going to give that a miss?
I can't remember. I've seen the selection, but
yeah.
I can't remember if they were included.
No. Well, this will be the first meeting between these 2 pairs. Not altogether surprising, considering what a new partnership the Koreans are. And it's been fascinating, hasn't it, Steen, over the last few months to see the Korean selections for the individual tournaments and the mixing they've been doing with the partnerships, trying out new women's doubles pairs. But one suspects this is the pair they're going to settle with for the Olympic campaign.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been mixing everything up to see if they could find some combination that works. And well, I'm not sure, but there's a lot of talent.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talent, and yeah, let's hope that they can get it together.
Yeah, I think we should quantify that a little bit more, because I mean they've already proved that they're a world-class pair and reaching the final of Malaysia, but what Korea are searching for is that women's doubles pair that can challenge the top Chinese players for gold medals.
On my left, Korea, represented by Cheng Yi-na and Jung Kyung-eun. Korean serve, Cheng Yi-na to Vivian Kim-Ka-moon. Level. Play.
So the Koreans' far side of the court, this must-win situation for Korea.
场内将要进行的是美国队与法国队的第5场比赛，女子双打，由李易恒、奥巴纳纳对阵台上。
Yeah, that's nice placement of the smash from Jung Hyung-ung.
The fifth match of court four will be women's doubles. Ivali Ovanova, USA, against Lanfranc Lefebvre, France. Umpire, Ruder, Germany. Service judge, Mohammed Iran.
Yeah, what a very, very good start from the Koreans. Steen, I know it's a pair in its infancy, the Koreans, but just talk us through their qualities. I'm a big fan of the left-hander, I have to say. I think she's got lovely skills and I think she's got great reading of the game, but give us your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's interesting in this match here because actually the Malaysians, they can play.
Yeah.
And they can, you could say, due to the world ranking, they would be favorites. I don't hold them as favorites, but they can
No.
play. I think, though, that the Koreans will win on physicality. They're stronger, and as you say, Chung Yin-na reads the game really well. I haven't really got a good clue about her partner.
Jung,
Thank you.
yeah.
Whether she's that strong, but I think in both women's and men's doubles nowadays, it's necessary to find two players that can actually create points, and I'm not sure that the balance is totally there. I feel that it's Chung who needs to create the points for the Koreans, but I might be wrong. That would be then Jung, that would be the more solid player, not making a lot of mistakes, but covering for Jung so that she can take some rushes towards the net and go for the opportunities.
Yeah, you see, I know exactly what you're saying because I see Jung Ye-na. She's a highly successful mixed doubles player. She's enjoyed success with both with Yu Young-sung and with Shin Baek-chol. And I see the need to get her forward and being creative at the front of the court and dominating that front court area. So I'm understanding exactly why you say that Jung needs to be the worker, as it were.
Yeah, and I think that eventually will become a problem for them if she doesn't create enough points. She doesn't have to create more points or the same amount of points as Chung, but she needs to, when targeted, she needs to be able to not only defend herself, but also defend herself by scoring points. So you can't have the strategy of saying, okay, when we're playing Jung and Chung, we target Jung because nothing bad happens there.
Yeah. Oh, it's gone wide.
Yeah.
Well, I think she thought about challenging it,
Yeah.
but it is very, very early stages.
She almost stepped in front of her partner there, Chung, in order to make the creative defensive return.
That one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
look
that's a clear sign to the opponents, to the coaches, that this is the player conducting
yeah.
the partnership.
Yeah.
Good smash placement and follow up there from Malaysian pair.
I do honestly believe that the Malaysian pair look so much better to me when they look for opportunities to attack. So often, even though they've got good defences, I think they're too content to defend. And I think that, as you said just a moment ago, they can play.
Yeah, and I think perhaps aside from one or two, and I doubt it, but aside from one or two really strong Chinese ladies doubles, you cannot win by defending anymore.
No.
Good defensive skills is mandatory in order to be competitive in ladies doubles, but you can't win that way anymore. Yeah, well placed.
Yeah. Yes. I like not only the attack, but they were switching on which side they were attacking on the left-hander. Look at this. Down her backhand side, then her forehand, and that's where switching it from side to side, that's so good. That's gone long, and therefore we go to the mid-game interval. A 4-point advantage to the Koreans. Lee Kwon-won, Korean coach.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's good to see the Koreans still discussing things even after the coach has left. I was mentioning the Korean coach Lee Kwon-won, of course Olympic silver medalist in Beijing with Lee Ho-jung.
11-7.
Tragedy for her, wasn't it? Because she twisted her ankle in the opening game of that women's doubles final. And that affected her performance quite drastically. Oh, that's delightful. Look at that defence. Ooh, all out.
Service over. 8-11.
Oh, that's well in.
I think the Malaysians have a great chance of winning this match.
10, 11.
I feel they have, in some ways, a better read of the game. Playing clever right now. A little bit like the men's doubles, blocking some shots, creating good opportunities for themselves.
Well, the implications of that prediction, Steen, are immense. It's gone wide.
I mean, it's actually logic, because if we are correct that the Koreans are physically stronger, then you should try to take the physicality out of the game by playing a little bit more soft. Playing with precision. Stay away from everything that's got to do with pace unless you're on top of it.
Well, 4 straight points since the mid-game interval. What does that remind you of? Men's singles. Oh. Good rally.
Oh, that's lucky for the Koreans.
Service over.
I can see the
12,
Malaysian coaches from here, and they're pointing and waving their arms, so they definitely feel that they've got something going right now.
Service over. 12 all.
She did well there.
Yeah.
Jung Kyung-ho,
Service over.
real commitment to that, taking that mid-court shot early. This one here. And a good awareness of where the gap was.
Service over. 13 all.
That's a good smash.
Service over. 14, 13.
Well, there was a chance earlier on in that rally for the left-handed Woon Ki-wei. I thought there was a very short lift, and she chose to play the drop shot, and I thought that's the one occasion where she should have tried to play the power smash.
We've seen the two Malaysians put a number of shots long. I wonder if there's a drift from the Malaysian sides towards the Korean side, and that was why the side was chosen when the twin course was being done.
Yeah, it's a very, very good return of serve.
14, 15. Service over. 16, 14. Service over. 15, 16.
No, it's very good judgment.
16-0.
Drive defence goes along of the back line, and it's all level.
He's been very alert on that mid-court
Service over.
forehand side, Jong.
17, 16.
She has to be, though, really, in the sort of set play from the left and right hander, because the left hander's got to look for that push down her forehand side. Oh, that's good defence. Oh, brilliant. Wonderful shot from Jung Kyung-ung.
18, 16.
Look at that, just guiding it across court. Super play. Don't delay the game. Play is continuous, says our umpire. Oh, there's a challenge.
Challenge, Malaysia.
It was called in. Well, it's a crucial stage of this opening game. Difficult for us to tell from that angle.
Challenge successful.
Well, I can tell you that Hawkeye has made a decision, and the decision was that the shuttle was out, so that's a very good challenge
Service over. 17, 18.
by the Malaysians.
Now we have the Korean coach on court.
Yeah, well, the problem is that the Hawkeye decision, which I am convinced was absolutely correct, was that the shuttle was long. Yes, it was out. So it's a great challenge by the Malaysians, but because somehow that didn't get transmitted through to the giant screen in the middle of the arena, way above the arena floor, I should say. But the decision was correct. All's well that ends well.
Service over. 19-17.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah. Yeah. Jeremy Gant and Morton Frost enjoyed that one, and so they should. Look at that. Stepping into that defence, that beautiful little touch in blocking the shuttle back to the net and following forward. That's super play. Yeah, well worked. And the Malaysians back level. Goodness me, Steve, this is all reminiscent of the men's doubles, isn't it?
But, I don't know. We'll have to see who wins this, but the way I've seen the game so far, I feel the Malaysians, they ought to win this match, because the Koreans are doing the same thing over and over again. And it should be fairly easy to counter-attack their playing strategy. Well played.
Yeah, and that's a good interception. That was clearly in my opinion.
20, 20.
How important was that challenge? It's 16-18. They make it 17-18. Now, Malaysians game point opportunity.
That's well played.
Yeah.
There's just lethal Jung Kyung-eun
Yeah.
from the mid-court forehand side, but from the back-court she's having trouble setting up her partner at the net. And that's what the Malaysians should be aware of.
Play.
Oh, she's missed it. So having just saved a game point, now the Koreans have a game point opportunity themselves. Yeah, and indeed they take their opportunity. 22-20.
22-20.
Umpire confirms the scoreline. Yeah, opportunity missed. Perhaps as far as the Malaysians are concerned. Game number 1 to Korea. 25 minutes and 22-20. Oh, not much instruction there from Lee Kyung-won.
No.
That's one of those mid-court shots you were talking about, Steen. Certainly a huge delight in actually securing that opening game. I hadn't realised just quite how much strapping there was on that left knee of Jang Ye-na. Is that Lee Kyung-won now shouting from the coach's seat?
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
No, Martin Frost using all of his allotted time.
One of the issues here might be, if we're correct about the drift, that it now is the Koreans that are playing with the drift. They should be a little bit more efficient in their attack and cause some more troubles for the Malaysians. And let's see if that is indeed the case.
Now, the battle between the two left-handers coming forward.
Yeah. And that's what happens all the time, that Jang Ye-na is moving forward. Whenever she's attacked, she's moving forward, and the Malaysians, they ought to know that by now. So they have to be ready on the front court whenever they've targeted Jang Ye-na in the defense.
Goodness gracious me, what on earth was that?
Service over. 2-1.
Good interception by Jung.
3-1.
Well, I think this is worrying times if you're a Malaysian fan, in all honesty, Steen.
Yeah.
I know it's only early stages of this second game, but
Yeah.
there's signs to me.
They looked a little bit sort of surprised when they were having this game point in the first game, and I think it continues here in the second.
Yeah. Well, that will help settle them down.
Service over. 2-4.
Oh, that's missed in badminton terms by a country mile.
3,
Yeah.
4.
Oh, that's a good return of serve. But isn't that a favourite of a left-hander? Why do you serve to the tee there?
I can't understand it. Can't understand it. And she's a left-hander herself, so she'll
Yeah.
have huge problems covering that shot. Look how short they're playing now.
Yeah.
The Malaysians in their defense.
6, 3.
And that's purely down to the drift that you were talking about?
I think so. I think so. And of course, if you're a singles player, you don't want to play with the drift because it's hard to control the clears and the accurate shots to the baseline. But in women's doubles, you have a bigger chance of killing your attack when you're playing with the drift. So actually, that could be the good side.
Yeah. No, I think that's disappointment more than anything.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was wide. I'm sure it was a good call by the line judge.
And the Malaysians can't really find the right line between attacking too much and being too defensive minded at the moment. That was a good shot from
Service over. 4, 7.
Vivian.
No, you see, it's little errors like that that bother me. Those are the sort of signs that I'm picking up on that sort of says to me that they don't either have the belief or well, probably don't have the belief.
And we don't see the Koreans make that many of those mistakes. There was another one.
Yeah.
9, 4.
It could also be that sometimes you want to say a little bit too much. If you have a lot of things that you want the players to do, then sometimes you say more than the players are capable of using, and that could also be the case that they're simply confused right now.
Yeah.
10,
But,
4.
things are slipping away from the two Malaysian girls.
Yeah, to the mid-game interval with a 7-point advantage. The Koreans looking very good at the moment to take this women's doubles.
유튜브 차지 밑으로 이러고 하지 말고 하고 써.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
I suppose this is a part of where when either you as a coach start coaching new players or whether players start experiencing you as the coach, it takes a little bit of time to get used to each other's style and to get to know what that individual player wants.
Yeah, and how much can you actually convey to the players within this short time interval that you've got?
11-4. Play.
that's lovely. That is just delightful. Yeah.
12-4.
Rubbing her hands in glee there, Lee Kyung-won.
Oh, excellent play.
Yeah.
First the defense where she moves to the net, Zhang Yanan, exactly the right solution. A flat defense, not try to lift it high.
Out.
Oh, low serve is short of the mark.
Service over. 5-13.
Yeah, it got deflected by the net cord. Took some of the pace off the serve.
There was that service return again, this time by
14-5.
the right-handed Jung, but still a very, very good shot.
Yeah,
15.
10-point advantage now. I can only see one outcome in this women's doubles.
Bye. Service over. 6-15. Service over. 16-6.
Oh, it wasn't the best of serves and it wasn't punished.
17.
Terrible mistake there. It sums up the second game. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't win on that shot.
Mm.
So why play it so close?
Service over. 7.
Some
17.
nice rallies now, but I mean, actually, it's just garbage time. I mean, the game is decided.
Yeah.
Eight. 17. Service over. 18-8.
Yeah.
19-8.
Two points away from making the tie 2-all. Yeah, Malaysians in disarray.
20.
Who's going for what?
Match point 8.
What are the tactics we should be employing? Well, I'm not sure they know. Match points galore for the Koreans.
Get down the head.
Service over. 9-20.
Yeah, second time of asking. And after that very, very close opening game, ran away with the second, the Koreans. So 22-20, 21-9. And really, the way the second game went, it was difficult to really understand how the Malaysians had a game point in that opening game, because they were totally outclassed in the second. 41 minutes for their victory. And 2 matches apiece within the tie. What did I say right at the start, Steen? Didn't I say it'd be wonderful to come down to the 5th match, the mixed doubles, the former world number 5s against the former world number 3s? Well, my wish has come true, because it will all decide on the 5th and final match, the mixed doubles. So the Malaysian pair take leave of the court. Once again, confirmation of the scoreline. 22-20, 21-9. So their confirmation of what I've just been telling you, it is 2-all in this Group D match. The number 2 seeds and the 3-time former champions Korea against Malaysia. 2-all, and it all comes down to the mixed doubles. Go Sung-hyun and Kim Ha-na up against Chang Peng-sun and Go Liu-ying of Malaysia. Well, I can see that 3 of the other 4 courts have all concluded their ties. It's just England against Denmark on that far court, right at the far end of the arena there, that's still in progress. And I can tell you that at the moment Denmark are leading England 3-1, and it's in the 3rd and deciding game of the last match in that tie, which is women's doubles. And of course England against Denmark are Group C. The other country in Group C is Indonesia, of course. So with 4 groups, subgroups in Group 1, and of course the Sudirman Cup can only be one from Group 1. And it should be pointed out that the 12 highest ranked countries were decided by the highest ranked players in each of the 5 disciplines from each of those countries. So it's a very fair way of getting the top teams in the top division. So here come the mixed doubles players led out by the Koreans Go Sung-hyun and Kim Ha-na. And a welcome return for Chan Peng-sun playing mixed doubles with Go Liu-ying. Welcome back, Go Liu-ying. into the big time. She's been coming back in the new year after operations on both knees and has had to play, apart from wanting to play, some of the lower grade tournaments just to increase the world ranking, which has gone up 9 places this week to 70.
Receive. Cool. Cool. Side. That side. Thank you.
Right, the Koreans have chosen this near side of the court. That's nice sportsmanship between the two men in this final match of the tie. There she is, Go Liu Ying. The Malaysians, of course, were as high as number 3 in the world. Spent 16 weeks as world number 3s between November 2012 and March 2013, and that's a real indication of their quality. Turned 27 last month, Chan Peng Soon, born in Penang, and as I was saying, up 9 places in the world ranking. They're currently the 5th ranked Malaysian pair on the world ranking, but that's unrealistic because of this young lady's injury problems. 25 years of age, so she'll turn 26 at the end of the month. So it was the spring last year. It's really been a year out of the major league competition for Go Liu Ying, as we look at Kim Ha-na, the 25-year-old from the island of Jeju. And her partner, Go Sung-hyun, is 27, so he'll turn 28 Tuesday after the Sudirman Cup finishes. So he, of course, to all badminton fans, will know that he is the reigning world champion in the men's doubles with Shin Baek-chul. Won the gold medal, beating the current world number 1s, Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung, in the final in Copenhagen last year. And he's a very, very good doubles player all round, is Go Sung-hyun, and of course former world number 1 in the men's doubles with Lee Yong-dae. But it's interesting, Steen, that Korea have decided, it appears, to make Kim Ha-na concentrate just on the mixed doubles, because of course she used to play the women's doubles with the player we've just watched, Jung Kyung-eun, but now appears to only be playing mixed doubles.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, but I think perhaps it's because that you need to develop some quite specific skills in mixed doubles, and the Koreans have struggled in that area. They've only developed one, in my opinion, one really good mixed doubles player since Park Jo-bong played and sort of developed his partners, Ra Kyung-min, Chung Myung-hee, and there was one more, I've forgotten her name. But the only one they've developed with him not playing is, in my opinion, Lee Hyo-jung, who won the Olympics together with Lee Yong-dae and silver medal with the ladies doubles coach at the Olympics in women's doubles. So they've been struggling getting this dominant net player, because you need to be dominant in the mixed doubles as the female player. You need to have some net skills there. We've seen it on occasions with High One, which was actually, in my opinion, a very, very good net player, mixed doubles player. Won the bronze medal in 2013, I think.
Oh, we've had a service fault called on the very first point of this. Struck above the waist, says our service judge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
that's the sort of commitment and net player development that I'm sure you were referring to. That was a perfect example.
Service over 1-3.
Well, it was an ambitious shot to try.
4-1.
He's a real physical specimen, is Gosen. He'll incredibly powerful athlete. Oh, so straightforward again.
Service over 5-2.
That's exactly the point that we were discussing in the men's doubles earlier. That the players, they go and ask the service judge, but they still continue to serve in the same way, because it's simply not possible to sort of adjust by 5 or 10 centimeters.
Yeah. Yeah, good play from Go Liu Ying. Yeah. Still reads the game incredibly well.
Yeah, and that's the natural, in quotation, natural net player. I don't think it's natural that she's born with it, but she's been doing it a lot, been practicing a lot.
Yeah.
Developed the eye for when the chances will occur. That's well played.
Yeah. Yeah, and a good example of his physicality, because he was deceived by the flick serve, but by sheer physical strength got himself out of trouble.
Yeah, and if Korea are successful in developing Kim Han-ah, then there's no limit to what this mixed doubles can achieve.
Yeah.
I mean, so far when they've played the two best Chinese pairings, Ma Jin and Zhao Yonglei, they've been dominant at the net. What if they're not so dominant anymore?
Yeah.
Then perhaps Ko Sung-yoon can take up the challenge with Zhang Nan.
Yeah. Well, I remember their All-England quarter-final. This Korean pair lost to the World and Olympic champions 21-19, 25-23. So they're very, very close already. So if what you're talking about and Kim Han-ah develops, is it more of an understanding or more of a killer instinct at the net?
I think it's both.
Yeah.
It's an understanding of the game, what her objects are, and also the killer instinct that she needs to go for the chances. It's hard being a mixed doubles, female mixed doubles player, because you have only so many chances, and most of the time the shuttle are just going past you in a very, very fast pace, and suddenly you have to react and make the kill like that.
Yeah.
And sometimes you miss, and you really can't think about your misses, because if you do that, you won't have the self-confidence to go for the next one.
Yeah.
So you should have very self-confident female mixed doubles players. And you can see that also with the Chinese players. And Ma Jin is not afraid to turn around and give Xu Chen the eyes.
Yeah.
What are you doing here? And that's important in order to preserve your self-confidence as a net player.
It's landed in.
Service over. White, please.
It's lovely
7,
touch. Look how she's
9.
gone forward to the net as
Yeah.
well. Following up in case her opponent decided to play it.
Yeah.
And go Liu Ying while she was on the road to recovery. Did you know she'd done some modelling?
No?
Absolutely stunning pictures
Thank you, players.
when she was doing some modelling, and great for the sport because she looked $1 million. It was wonderful. But now wants to concentrate wholeheartedly on her badminton.
Play.
Oh, that's clever.
Great.
Oh, he's got both his Achilles heavily strapped as Go Sung Hyung. They seem to have a bit of wheel spin there. So trying to push forward, his foot slipped behind him.
Thank you.
Of course, the Malaysian pair have won a Super Series title. That was back in 2012, the Japan Open, and that completed Malaysia's haul in all 5 disciplines, having Super Series winners in all the disciplines, the 2 singles, the 2 doubles and the mixed doubles as well. There's not many nations that can boast that. Oh, here we go again, another fault.
Service over. 10, 8. No. Too high.
She has this yellow commercial on her shirt, so it's quite easy to judge the height.
Service over. 5, 10.
Well, the commercial logo to which you're referring has got to be well above the lowest rib.
Yeah.
So if it's anywhere near that level,
Then it's too high.
exactly.
But I have a feeling that a lot of the other services from
Service over.
some of the players that we've seen here and some of the other players as well are fairly
Yeah.
close to that area as well.
Yeah. Well, it's the Koreans who have the advantage, but it's a tight opening game at the moment. Just 2 points in it. It's interesting, Steen, because the coach there, Choi Min-ho, I was saying earlier that he had been a silver medalist at the World Junior Championships in Melbourne in 1998. Do you remember who he was playing with?
Court 1, 20
One of
Coaching him?
One of the players that you've just been talking about,
Oh.
Lee Ho-jung,
Lee Ho-jung.
yeah, who went on to become the Olympic champion. So he decided to go the coaching route.
Play.
His partner went on to achieve great things.
Play.
Yeah, she was really a great example as how to develop as a player, because she added little by little every time she went out to international tournaments. She got better and better.
Yeah.
Really a great example of work ethics.
The flick serve,
Yeah.
and no call. Maybe she should flick serve a
Yeah.
little more often.
At least to Kim.
Service over. 12, 10.
You know, I'm still contemplating in my own mind, Steve, the point you were making earlier about Kim Ha-na. They need to develop her more as a mixed doubles player, because my little mind has been thinking about how I've talked, and we've talked in the past about some of the Japanese women's doubles players and how they need to play more mixed doubles to develop their women's doubles skills and become a much better women's doubles player. And they can play that other discipline to help in that goal. And I'm thinking to myself, I understand and I agree with you wholeheartedly, but what can she do to improve her game? She can't play as the women's doubles player does, a bit of mix to improve herself. Is it that she now, in training, in practice, never has to worry so much about the mindset of, at times I was going to say you don't have to play at the back of the court, but of course immediately in that rally she was pushed to the back.
Yeah, but now she has only one role, the female mixed player role.
Yeah.
She doesn't have any role as a backcourt player in ladies doubles. She never has to do backcourt exercises in practice, or at least only a very few times. And the goal is always to get her to the net.
Yeah.
The goal is never to get her partner in and killing it. It could be in match, but very rarely in practice. And then technical skills, net player technical skills. But it's interesting to see if they will succeed, because we've seen also that Japan, that has Park Ju-bong now as a coach, they've also struggled in developing female mixed doubles players.
Yeah.
And I remember when Park himself, when he played, he always practiced together with his mixed doubles partner, because he took responsibility of developing a partner.
Yeah.
And I wonder how many male players actually take that kind of responsibility.
Oh, that's a great rally. Yeah.
And this is a bit worrying for the Koreans, because they need to get the attack, not because they're much better in the attack, but in order not to be in the defense, because the Malaysians definitely has the advantage if they have the attack. They're much better in attack than they are in the defense.
Well, it's only the last couple of points that the Malaysians have gone into the lead for the first time in this match. So that also perhaps worrying and playing on the mind of the Koreans, that have been in the lead all the way through. Now at this, getting towards the sharp end of the game. Six of the last 7 points.
Yeah. I learned one important thing as a young coach of Park Ju-bong when he gave an interview to a magazine. He said that his philosophy as a mixed doubles player was that there was one overall thing that was important, that was protect the female player. Because she's weaker physically than the male player, you ought to protect her. And if you have that vision, then everything else becomes quite easy. It's just a matter of, can you do it? Can you get the players to do it?
Yeah.
Protect the female player. We've seen Lee Yong-dae when he's been playing mixed, and especially when he played with Lee Hyo-jung, he was brilliant at it.
Yeah.
Kim Dong-moon as well.
There's clever placement of the attacking play towards Kim Ha-na. They're finding frailties in her defence there. Look, she's very committed to the forehand defence.
Yeah.
Hit towards the left hip, and they force the error. Service right all the way. They make that 5 now.
Service over 14-16.
Service fault, that followed by an opponent's service error. Oh, goodness gracious me.
Service over 15.
Another service error.
So important right now, the service situation, because
Yeah.
you really want the control of the rally.
Oh, good flick serve.
17 all.
Yeah, clearly not even close.
Good placement by Kim there, just pushes it
17.
past go.
Yeah, and the Koreans ease back into the lead. Oh, goodness gracious.
Service over 18 all.
Deflected by hitting the top of the tape. 18 all.
Service over 19.
Well, for a match that looked very promising at one stage, it's just gone off the boil. It's all gone about service errors and faults, really, hasn't it? Oh, that's nicely taken from Go Yu Ying.
Service over 19 all.
Yeah, she did well to move forward there,
Yeah.
Kim Ha-na, and let
Yeah.
Go Sung-hyun come back.
But she wasn't being put under pressure in any way. She had way too much time, in my opinion. I thought this is going to go wrong for the Malaysians, because they were just too passive in their defense.
Yeah. So game point opportunity for Korea. Oh, he's pushed it wide. Would you believe it?
Service over 20 all.
Interesting to see if it's called again,
Yeah.
or it's a flick.
Yeah, that's the flick. Yeah.
Excellent movement,
Yeah.
like a remote control. Now go for the forehand side.
21.
And then she sensed that Ko Sung-hyun was going to protect his partner, not lifting across, exposing her to the smash of Chan Peng-sung.
So now, having saved a game point, the Malaysians have a game point opportunity themselves. Yeah, the flick serve again.
Service over 21 all. Wait.
Goodness. Yeah. Oh, she does read the game so well. Go on you in. Look at that. Oh, it was a good dive, wasn't it? Crikey. So game point opportunity number 2 for the Malaysians.
Late.
There it is.
Yeah. Having saved a game point, convert on their second game point opportunity, the Malaysians, and they're enjoying far more success with that flick serve, aren't they? Look at that. So 23-21, the opening game to Malaysia.
呀，总是一次要一个、两个、呀，标不一样。当然他们会往一直拉。
Well, both sets of coaches doing an awful lot of work in that timeout. Both these pairs, former Asian champions. The Koreans in 2013 when the event was staged in Taipei, and the Malaysians in 2010 when the Asian Championships were in Delhi. Now we knew the Malaysians were on the comeback trail, having been promoted from the qualifying. They won the Polish International, they reached the final of the French International, both earlier this year. But this is now a fascinating contest, not just because who's going to win this mixed doubles, it's also fascinating the implications within a Group D, and in fact who will qualify for the knockout stage, because this, the group of death, as you were saying, it's...
Yeah, and not only Group D and the qualifying, but for the whole tournament. I mean, Malaysia, should they lose this match, they've done well anyway.
Yeah.
But should they win it? And I believe that the way they're playing right now, they're going to win against India. But we shouldn't totally write it in the book, but let's say they win against India. They go to the quarterfinals and have a seeding, probably number 4 seeds, but they'll have a chance of taking at least a medal, whereas Korea can actually be drawn against China in the quarterfinals.
Well, that was called in. The Koreans have challenged, they thought it was out. All I know is it was mighty close. Instinctively, I thought it was in. Let's have another look at it. Oof, goodness me, that is close. Yeah, it was called in. We're waiting for Hawkeye to adjudicate. Well, the fact that Hawkeye is taking some time probably indicates that it was mighty close. Morton can hardly look. Well, that's called out, but it was a sideline, it wasn't a back line.
Correction, 2-1. Service over, 2-all. Service over, 3-2.
He does serve quickly, doesn't he?
It's normally a sign of that you're not really confident in your serve. And Kendra Vijaya also served really, really quickly.
And Rexy.
Yeah, Rexy as well.
Yeah, Rexy Manaki, of course.
Have to find a way to get the initiative of the Korean pair.
Short. Yeah, not what it deserved, but it was the tight net shot from Go Liu Ying that really did the damage. Yeah, this is extraordinary. Ever since that challenge, what was it, 2-1 at the challenge, was it?
Yeah. She was challenging Ko Sung-jun in the flat game.
Yeah.
Go. She's been playing brilliantly today.
Yeah, she has, hasn't she?
And also a very clever shot from Chan there instead of lifting.
So 5 straight points for the Malaysians.
Foot.
Oh. There we go again.
Service over, 5-7.
Oh, what a super return.
Service over, 8-5. Service over. 6, 8.
Just wide. Yeah. Yeah, but it was nice the way she was stepping into that. No, it's a super change of pace. Well, the court will need to be mopped after the dive from Go Sun Hyun. And the more I'm watching this, Steen, and the more my head is spinning with thoughts after your earlier comments about the need for Kim Ha-na to really become better in the mixed doubles discipline. And the more I'm watching this and I'm comparing to Go Liu Ying and her natural awareness and being in the right place at the right time, and I'm having question marks, I have to admit, in my own minds as to whether this is the right player.
Big question marks.
To be the mixed player.
Yeah.
If only I knew where Hae-won was. I know that she's back playing. She recently won the Osaka International with one of the junior players, but of course she won a bronze medal 2 years ago at the World Championships with Shin Baek-chul. And of all the female doubles players in Korea, I think she is the one that I would want to see as a specialist mixed doubles player, and yet she hasn't been on the circuit because she's been struggling with injury problems.
And that's of course also something you have to take into consideration, because it doesn't matter that you have the skills if you're not able to walk on court.
Yeah.
I think actually also Shin from the ladies doubles playing with the So-hee Lee.
Yeah.
I've gotten her.
Shin's
Shin Seung-chan.
Yeah.
She's got some quite good skills as well. And of course, the problem with Kim Ha-na is if there's too long a way for her to go. And that might just be the case.
I think one of the first things I'd like to see Kim Ha-na doing is more movement off the shuttle. To me, she's a little bit static.
Yeah.
When it's almost as if she's been told you must be at the net, and so she's staying there, but not really moving off the shuttle enough.
Yeah. But it's also, I mean, if you're a ladies doubles player, you know that, oh, I can always lift and nothing bad will happen because we have super defense compared to female smashes and so on. In mixed double, everything bad happens. If you lift, then you're in big problems. And we can just imagine if these two players, if Go and Kim, if they switched side on the court so that Ko Sung-hyun would play with Go Liu Ying, it would be really, really good.
Yeah, it was an interesting thought. The Malaysians with the advantage. 2-point advantage here in the second game, having already taken the first. Now let's see if we can hear what the Malaysians are saying. I'm not hearing anything. Can you hear it, Steen? No. That's a pity. Yeah, look at the whole body language of Kim Ha-na.
Brilliant play.
Yeah.
It's just intercepted go at the net and blocked it and set up the chance for her partner. Let's hope they got sports tape enough to keep her going throughout this tournament in Malaysia.
Yeah, that was much better from Kim Ha-na.
Also helped a little bit that Ko Sung-hyun wasn't using full power,
Yeah.
trying to get it a little bit steeper than normal.
Chan, please. Too
Well,
long.
yeah.
Enough of it. If you can't see, you need to tell me.
Yeah. Well,
Play.
the umpire saying, if you can't see, you need to tell me, because Go Sung-hyun, the shuffle obscured by his partner standing in front of him while he's serving. Now, what exactly is the rule on that, Steen?
Well, I'm not sure, but I've seen some of the Danish players object a number of times that they can't see the shuttle.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're entitled to see it. I guess you should be.
Hmm. Clever.
Yeah. Good shot.
What a good rally. Yeah, and as soon as they manage to get Kim Ha-na back from that net and defending, and they switch her from one side to the other.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the longest rally of the match so far. Oh, that's delightful. Oh, my goodness. Terrific.
And they're starting to wake up, these players here. If they haven't been so far, I guess they have since the men's doubles.
Now, this is going to send shockwaves through the whole tournament. If Malaysia could win this Group D match against the three-time former champions, opens up no end of possibilities.
But in all fairness, I mean, they've got three of their best players out with injuries. Go Liu Ying, Go Vi Shem, and of course Lee Cheng Wei out, bam. Now they've got them all back and
Yeah.
they're compatible.
Yeah. Yeah, good point.
Service over. 16. Pull.
Yeah. And this really is a demonstration explaining your point absolutely about the quality of the woman player in the mixed doubles and what's required.
And we also must say we've been praising Go a lot, but Chan has played excellently as well, because
Yes.
he's set her up and he's
Yeah.
been playing clever shots from the backcourt.
Yeah.
He's been consistent in his attack. Let's see if they can finish it. Normally you have a chance to get really, really nervous at this point, but I guess as it is, after all, just a group match, I think the Malaysians might manage to pull through.
But I think it's huge on the comeback trail for Go Liu Ying, and of course this mixed doubles partnership. But for her, having been out for 11 months with injury, this would be
For all three
yeah,
combinations that have won today,
yeah,
huge for the new setup.
yeah.
Huge boost.
3 points away from victory. 2 points away from victory. This has been a sensational team effort by Malaysia. (19-12).
That shot was a great shot from Chen as well.
Yeah.
Way below the net court and playing across court shot to the net. And that's also when you feel the opponent, the female player isn't playing well, you dare to do that.
Yeah. And there they did. Match point opportunities. Oh, it was a good flick serve, even better return. Oh goodness me, that was good. But surely too little too late as far as the Koreans are concerned. That'll do. And Malaysia have beaten the number 2 seeds, Korea, in this Group D encounter within Group 1 of the Sudirman Cup. Wow. That is an extraordinary result for Malaysia. They have delivered. And I asked you right at the start of the day, Steen, how much the return of Lee Chong-wei and a new coach, how it would affect the whole dynamics within the team, and whether it is, you know, a new dawn, a new day, and everybody feels elated by the return of players from injury and players from suspension and the arrival of a new coach. And I think that has been emphatically answered here this evening in Dongguan, because Malaysia have beaten Korea 3-2, and it all came down to this 5th and deciding match. The mixed doubles, and Chan Peng-soon and Go Liu Ying have come through 23-21, 21-13 in 44 minutes. Well, there is confirmation of the mixed doubles score. And the implications of that will reverberate through the entire Sudirman Cup. So of course, as you can see, all the courts are empty, because that concludes day 1 of competition here at the 14th Sudirman Cup. There is confirmation of how Malaysia beat Korea. It all started with a fantastic men's doubles, and the world number 1s from Korea being beaten by the Asian Games bronze medalists 27-25 in an hour and 18 minutes. They had to save 5 match points. That the only matches you can see that went the full distance. Well, order seemed to be restored when women's singles Sung Ji-hyun won very comfortably against the youngster Lim Yin-feng in 2 straight games. And then Lee Chong-wei, the former world number 1, well, it took him half a game to dust off the rust, but my goodness me, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And look at that, 21-12, 21-10. Then the women's doubles, and the Koreans duly won that, and then it all came down to the mixed doubles, and the return of Go Liu Ying after 11 months injured has been back to great form. Of course, we will have more action tomorrow. We will be back same time tomorrow. That's at 1 o'clock local time. It will be Taipei against Russia, the first of the matches tomorrow. So as we leave you with scenes from the Malaysian victory here this evening. From Steen Peterson, myself, Jill Clark. Do join us tomorrow. Bye for now.